het boek mogen staan dat dat misschien niet een goed idee is. Maar
Morgen deze morgen.
het is echt weer een feest. Ik dacht dat er meer stoelen zouden zijn.
Ik heb ze niet geteld.
Ik heb ze ook nog niet geteld, maar het...
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, een stuk of 20, dus 200.
800.
Ja, zoiets.
Nou ja, misschien 1200.
Ja.
Maar de...
Ja. Echt
Jongeman.
1000 tot 1200.
Ja,
En dan wordt het licht knap.
Nog een halve handje gedoe.
dat denk ik ook.
Met
Ja,
3000 mensen,
Ja.
maar één trek. Slecht
ja dat
Ja, dat weet ik.
was dus ook een beetje mijn inschatting.
Ik ben benieuwd naar Fire and Safety Regulations.
right? Yes. Thank you. It is working.
Is mine working? Yes, it is.
Nice. We've done a nice job here. Buongiorno, Italy. And welcome to WordCamp Europe 2024.
It's so great to see you all today here in the lovely city of Torino, here at Lingotto Fiere.
Exactly. So we have been working together for a year to get here. I know for you it's the first day, but we have been living up to this moment for so long, and we are so ready and excited to get going. And according to the applause, so are some of you, but I would really like to know, everybody, are you excited? Thank you. Moving on.
So, are there any people who are coming to WordCamp Europe for the first time here? Please, raise your hands. Make yourself visible. Make some noise. We're so excited to have you here. Welcome. Yeah. But so, for you, what is WordCamp Europe? WordCamp Europe is the European WordPress conference. It's a community-organized event about all things WordPress and the community, the WordPress community itself. That is us, you all.
Yeah. You all and us. And community organized means that all organizers, I know there are some here in the room, can you please stand up? All organizers, there are a bunch of them over there. They are all volunteers. And they have been working for the entire year to get this event going for you, so thank you for the applause. If you meet them today, they are wearing the black t-shirts with the WordCamp thing on the back and on the front. And if you meet them today, be friendly, be nice, and don't hesitate to thank them or share your thoughts and ideas, especially if they're good ones. And yeah, we would really like to get started now, right? Are we ready?
Yeah.
No. I wanted to get started, but our team leads wanted those people over there. They want us to share some important things with all of you, and we are going to do that first, okay? First one, euros. From the attendees team want some official numbers to share with all of you. We've sold 2,940 tickets. People from 96 countries, and 42% are their first WordCamp Europe. So, welcome all of you.
Our local lead, Lara, would like to share some information about the food. If you have a life-threatening allergy, you will get your food prepared especially for you. To make sure you get the right food, please pick up your personal ticket at the registration desk. If you selected anything other than omnivore when you bought the ticket, you will find the specific line for that in both halls. They all have their own signage. Now, there are a lot of people here, and we have a lot of food, and some very nice tasting Italian food, but there's enough to go around for everybody. Please, if the line you are in is too long, feel free to select another one.
All right, you have all signed the code of conduct when you purchased or received your ticket. So our mentors, Rocio and Moncho, they are over there, who have been helping us also the entire year, address that we should all comply to the code of conduct, which means, as a summary, assuming you've all read it and you know what it means, but we are summarizing it for you today, it is be nice. And if something happens or if you see anything that doesn't comply with the code of conduct, please do not do anything but report it to an organizer or a volunteer so they can do the right thing, and they will be able to help you and navigate what needs to happen. So again, if you see anything at all, find a volunteer there in the gray shirts or find an organizer in the black t-shirts to help you navigate what is happening. You will also be able to find a form and more information or more ways to contact us on the website Code of Conduct page.
I want the mic again. So, Angelos is the lead of the sponsors team, and he invites you to visit the amazing sponsor area that is in the other hall and all the other sponsors that are in the corridor. So go there. They are paying for all of this, so be nice with them, visit them, and learn what they want us to know about them. Thank you, sponsors. And a special thank you to our super admin sponsors, Jetpack and WooCommerce. And thank you also to our admin sponsors. I've been preparing for this, so it's Bluehost, Elementor, GoDaddy, Google, Group One, Hostinger, Ionos, SiteGround, Widos, Wiglot, WordPress.com, WordPress VIP, WP Engine, and Yoast.
Wow, that was amazing.
All right. Can I have one mic? All right. I know you all didn't come here to only see sponsors, even though they are a very big part of our event. You are also here to see speakers and workshop. And Pierre Mario, the lead of our amazing content team, would like to share that we have a full packed schedule. You can find everything on the website. One thing to keep in mind is that workshops require pre-registration. So if you haven't registered, see if there's a ticket available. If not, I am really sorry. But if you don't have a ticket, the workshop needs to go to people that do have a ticket. So
The community, it plays a big role in our events. And the community team, led by Lisa, prepared some great activities for you today, including, but not limited to, WordCamp Connect, where some great discussions will take place. The community booth, connecting contributors to companies that are looking to sponsor them. Make sure not to miss these.
yeah, so also if you are a company that is looking to sponsor a contributor, go to the community booth. There are people there who are looking for sponsorship. We already mentioned a lot of people, but Patricia, is she here? I don't know, looking? No, I don't think so. She is here! Patricia is the lead of our volunteers team. There are over 100 people in gray t-shirts roaming around the venue, happy to help. They're a super helpful bunch. They are super friendly. You can really ask them anything. Do not hesitate to ask if you have any questions or if you need help with anything. Also, again, they are volunteers. They are doing this to help us out, build a community. So be nice to them as well.
Another amazing volunteers we have are the photographers. So Kostas is the lead of the photography team. They will be around taking photos of all of you, so please smile a lot. And just a kind reminder, the family photo is going to be tomorrow before lunch. It's going to be outside the building, but we will tell you again and again, because we want all of you to be there.
Yeah. Lena and her team, leader of the design team, they have created the branding of the event. All the beautiful branding you see around this place and on the website and on the swag have been designed by Lena and her people. They're so beautiful and we're so grateful to them for making us look so good. Thank you, design team.
All right, you and us all wouldn't be here if it weren't for our communications and PR team. Steve and Matt, they are over there. They are leading the team, making sure that the whole world knows what we are doing here and how amazing this event is. They want to remind you of using the hashtag. It's over there. It's hashtag WCEU. Please use capital letters so to increase accessibility. And share your photos, use the hashtag so we can all join in on the fun you're all having.
And don't let your internet connection to stop you from sharing all that is happening. So Pascal, the lead from the IT and the website team, has worked very hard to have really good Wi-Fi this year. So these are the credentials. WCEU 2024 in lowercase is the password.
Excellent. Moving on to Kel, the lead of the budget team. Is Kel around? Or the budget team? Thank you so much, budgeting, for making sure that we all stayed within budget, and you did a great job. Now, the budget team is also super excited this year to let you know that we have received this endorsement from the European Union. We have received the patronage from the European Union, which we feel great about. Also, we have received a lot of help and the official endorsement from the City of Torino and Turismo of Torino. Thank you, host city Torino, so much. You have been a great help.
All right, I think that was it from all the team
Yep.
leads. So thank you for listening to our official notices. One thing we want to also encourage you to do is have fun. We are in Italy. We're in Turin. We're at a great event.
Yep.
There are amazing people. Have fun. All right.
Yep.
We are ready to get
WordCamp
it
Europe 2024.
started.
Yep.
This is it.
This
We
is
are
it, it's
started.
happening. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Remkes de Vries. I'll be your MC for today, or at least this morning. We are all here today because we love open source. We're opening WordCamp Europe 2024 with a keynote that is near and dear to my heart, and I suspect near and dear to your heart as well. This keynote is presented by two giants of the open source community, and I use these words very lightly, but also very heavy, because they are giants. This keynote is also presented by two giants in the WordPress community. Juliette Reinders-Volmer is an opinionated, passionate powerhouse with a very, very prolific portfolio of contributions to various high-profile open source projects. You will have used her work whenever you were doing something with WordPress. Joost de Valk is the founder of Joost, but who is now an open source investor, or an investor into open source, however you would like to see it, with Amelia Capital, together with his wife, Marieke van der Rakt. And he still develops open source software himself as well. Everyone, please welcome Joost and Juliette to the stage.
Thank you for this introduction, Remkes.
Yeah, now for us to live up to that. Ciao tutti! We're here.
Are you all ready for WordCamp Europe? I didn't hear you. Good. Right.
So,
We were talking about regex, weren't we?
yeah, regular expressions, is that what you're all here for? No? Okay.
Okay.
Now, we're going to talk about open source and sustainability, and maybe we should talk about why we are talking about this.
Yeah. Well, I've been working in open source for about 20 years, probably more. And a lot of the time I lived under social minimum, didn't make any money of it, but I had a great life because I enjoyed what I did.
So my story is probably the opposite. We did make some money. But we're not going to talk about money that much, are we?
No, I mean, while we come from both different sides of the spectrum, we both see a problem with open source at the moment. And it's a problem which I think a lot of us see, but is not talked about, and that's why we want to talk about it today.
So we're not here to appeal to your wallet. We are here to appeal to your business sense. That's what we're going to talk about for the next, well, I hope 40 minutes, maybe longer. It's good to know that open source is old, older even than we are.
Oh, yeah.
First open source software was released in 1953. This was people buying mainframes and getting the software along with the package.
And they paid for those mainframes, and they paid for the software which was on those mainframes.
And they were allowed to contribute to it and send those contributions back to the creators. So these were the people that started thinking about open source. Actually, if you see on these slides, this is Eric Raymond and Bruce Perens, two of the founders of the open source community. And they talked about open source, and they were solving for sharing information. They were not talking about money.
No, they were talking about collaboration, making things better for everyone. So everyone could benefit if you fixed something, and you didn't keep it for yourself, you just shared it with people. A community.
Yeah. These people all had jobs and were paid for. Money was not their issue. They were thinking about the 4 freedoms of the GPL.
Yeah. But those freedoms were about freedom. It wasn't about free as in money.
Or beer.
Yeah. It's something insidious in the English language that those 2 words, freedom and free, are so close together. And people get confused by that. Freedom is not the same as free.
So all of this was happening, and open source was very much an academic thing. And then it became the foundation for so much more.
Literally everything. I mean, imagine for a moment, and I'm serious now. Imagine for a moment, look around you. What would happen if, with a click of a finger, open source would stop to exist? Think about this. Of all the people here, I think 80% wouldn't be here. Because planes wouldn't fly anymore. Cars wouldn't start anymore. Trains wouldn't ride anymore. And even if your car did start because you have a really old model, your GPS wouldn't work anymore. So imagine a world without open source. People don't realize how pervasive open source has become. Over 90% of all software is now open source.
And it's not just your computer. It's not just your phone. It's your kitchen appliances. It's your dishwasher, your Philips Hue or whatever lights you have in your home. It's everything.
It's that chip in your bank pass.
So, as this was happening, something went wrong. We started relying on all this open source software, but we didn't really solve for the underlying problems of how to maintain all that in the long term.
Basically, a lot of companies thought, oh, freedom means free, so let's just take the software and make a shitload of money of it. That's called exploitative capitalism. Remember that term because it's real. The quote on the slide is a real reply I'd gotten at some point after someone had proposed to fund a couple of projects. And this was the reply from, one of those 6-7-figure CEOs. My response to this is quite simple. Supermarkets still don't accept the gratitude of the community as payment for my shopping.
Nor does your landlord or your bank for your mortgage. This is a problem. So sustainable open source is not something that we have. It's something we have to create. And when talking about sustainability in terms of open source, we talk about the resources we use. And in open source software, the resource we use the most is humans. It's people. And the weird thing about all of this is that then you get what Juliette very aptly calls the maintainer's paradox.
Sometimes things just work. The thing about that is, when things just work, people do not think about it. You know, any software you use which just works, you forget it exists until it tells you you've been doing something wrong. But then when something doesn't work, even if it's only a tiny, tiny, tiny part which doesn't work, you start complaining and you don't want to fund it. So when things work, you don't think it needs funding. When things don't work, you don't want to fund it because,
it doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
And the problem we see is that we're getting older, and we're not that old yet. I mean, we're very young, right? But there's no new generation stepping up yet to take over these projects and to start helping the maintenance as enough, in our opinion.
Yeah. And we're reaching the point that if we look in the next 10, 15 years, a lot of the original maintainers of open source are reaching pension age. And at some point, they do want to step back. We need the next generation to step up. But they don't want to do it for free. And I don't blame them.
And to explain to you how pervasive this is, maybe we should give you some examples of where it goes wrong.
So, how many of you have ever heard of the exec backdoor? I see a few hands. I'm not going to go deep into it, please Google it. But basically, this was most likely a state-sponsored attack, which could have added a backdoor to 98% of all servers worldwide.
And it was caught by one person.
Yep, noticing tiny performance decrease. So it was accidentally caught just in the nick of time. And these are attacks which build on the fact that a lot of open source maintainers are overworked, unpaid, need help. And if you then add social pressure, like literally social engineering pressure to add more maintainers, something like this can happen. And this was several year plan, two and a half years to get this attack in place. This is an orchestrated attack on open source, but it's happening. It's happening now.
There's also examples that are a bit more, dare I say it, stupid. This is left bad. If you're a developer, you know what this does. It adds spaces to the left of whatever you're outputting. This was used in so many programs, and then the developer decided to take it away. And a lot of dependency trees everywhere broke because people used this, and the developer was like, I'm done.
Now, this is not going to happen that easily again because safeguards have been put in place, things have been learned. All the same, why shouldn't that person have the right to say, I quit? And I don't know whether anyone knows the person in this slide, recognizes them. Anyone here? I can see two hands. This is the founder of PostgreSQL, which is an awesome database. Luckily, the Postgres project by now has a pool of maintainers, and the fact that this person died did not kill the project. But we can all think about things like this in the abstract and think like, yeah, but this is happening elsewhere, this doesn't happen to us. We've seen people die in the WordPress community. And let's make this real. How many of you use the WordPress coding standards? Okay, that's about half the room. All of you who use the WordPress coding standards use the Composer PHP CS plugin. I'm one of the maintainers of that. And luckily, we're with a team of 3. I say 3, but in reality, we're now 2. Because one of us has been diagnosed with a terminal brain tumor. This is real. This is happening. And what makes it even more painful is the only reason I know about this is because the other 2 maintainers know each other in real life and we have off GitHub contact. Because it's not really the kind of thing you put an issue up like, by the way, I have to stop maintaining. I have a brain tumor. So something like this, people can just fall away, drop away, and you wouldn't even know it's happening because there's no way to communicate about this on the platforms we use.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is the stuff we see and now hear about. Every dependency we have as the WordPress project has dependencies itself. Funnily enough, I'm not even worried that much about WordPress itself. I'm worried way more about all the dependencies. Let me give you an example. This is a non-exhaustive, simple view of like a couple of the dependencies that WordPress has. This is literally me going into the source code and looking, okay, what do I see quickly? This looks like a lot of dependencies already, and you might already see things that you've never heard about. But the thing is that this tree is actually way bigger, and that we could do this forever. Like, I could make this thing go on and on and on and on, and we simply lack the time.
Yeah. It's basically like, you know those videos where they zoom in on the sun and then zoom out, zoom out, zoom out until you see the whole universe? That's this.
There's this famous XKCD comic that you might have seen. The funny thing is that the project that someone has been thanklessly maintaining in Nebraska is actually something we rely on with WordPress as well, because it's image magic.
But the reality is that this, in my opinion, this cartoon is wrong. You see that one little block which everything depends on. In reality, it's 1,000 little blocks. And all of them as little as that. And all of them, you know, single maintainer or few maintainer projects. And if any of them get knocked over, everything would tumble down.
So, we need to make open source more sustainable. And when I was making this slide, Juliette was sitting next to me and she said, this is not about green sustainability, so maybe this is not the right image. But maybe it's good to explain why.
Yeah.
And explain what the Cambridge Dictionary actually says about sustainable.
Yeah, so I'm moving this way to make sure I actually quote the dictionary correctly. The dictionary says the quality of being able to continue over a period of time. That is what sustainability means. It basically means future-proofing the hell out of something.
So, what does sustainability or sustainable mean in the context of open source? Let's talk about it. Let's go through what that means to us.
Well, first we have the buzz factor. Everyone knows what the buzz factor means? Not that many people put up their hands, so I'm going to explain it anyway. Basically, how many people do you need to put in a bus that if that bus crashes, the project or the company is dead? If the bus factor is 1 or 0, you have a serious problem. If the bus factor is 200 and you need several buses, you don't have that much of a problem.
So Juliette can talk about this because she is the bus factor of 1 for quite a few projects that we all rely on. This has related things. Who has the keys to the castle? If that bus happens, who can take over?
Is there someone else who has admin to your repo? Is there someone else who has admin to funding platforms? Is there someone else who has the access to change the DNS of your domains? Just some examples. The list is not exhaustive, but there's far more to go through.
All of our biggest dependencies is PHP. And the PHP Foundation was actually created with a problem like this in mind.
Exactly, and basically at some point we reached the point that there were basically 2 persons in PHP who really understood the internals. And one of them had said, I'm leaving. And that's when the PHP Foundation was created, to help fund maintainers for the PHP project.
But it's something to think about. We are not the only project in the open source community that relies on PHP. The fact that we've reached a point where PHP is 2 people maintaining the thing should be scary to each and every one of you.
Well, to grow the maintainer pool, you first have to make sure your project actually is inclusive, is welcoming to new contributors. I mean, if it's an in-company project or a project which is largely maintained by a company, that might be difficult because you use internal processes. It's not as easy for someone from outside to step in and actually start contributing. Then again, if it's a company and that company exists of multiple people, you might have some safeguards in place already. However, if you're not a company, it can still be, you know, a small group of people who do things via back channels. Make sure you open it up, make sure there are good first issues, make sure you show that the project is welcoming new contributors.
This is why I'm not as worried about WordPress itself as I am about the dependencies, because you all are a lovely bunch, and we are usually very welcoming to new people.
Definitely gotten better over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want new contributors, though, you have to also be clear about your expectations.
Yeah, and what are the quality standards you expect people to work with? What are typical issues they can start with? What are your expectations of contributions to the project? Have you got a good contributor guide? Have you got good quality standards automated in place so people know what's expected?
It is, at that point, also actually important to respond in time and to find a good balance between, we'll get to that later, having a life and actually responding quickly. I have to say, yesterday, during Contributor Day, I did a pull request on Jetpack, and it was merged within 2 hours of me doing the pull request, which is worth an applause for that team. But this is unique. This doesn't usually happen. Very often, you do a pull request or you start an issue, and you can wait.
But the thing is, it's a balancing act. On the one hand, the maintainer often wants to look at your pull request. On the other hand, they need to find the time. And they may have other commitments, other paid jobs, and don't have the time to look at it immediately. But for a contributor, it's very discouraging if they have to wait for 6 months to get a response, or even a year. And I do have pull requests open for more than a year.
I have track tickets that have been open for 8 years. I mean, you probably do too.
Yep.
At the same time, Juliette is here now, so she can't respond to tickets being created today on PHPCS. There is this reality where we all have to find balance. A public roadmap is also very important, but it's also scary.
Yeah, you want people to know where you want to take the project. So as a maintainer, you need to show people the road you're taking, and that leaves room also for them to come up with ideas which fit into that roadmap. At the same time, you need to also be careful not to overpromise, because it's easy for people when you publish a roadmap which is really ambitious and is multi-year, to then get really disgruntled when you don't live up to it.
When you accept new maintainers, you also want a bit of a growth path for them.
Yeah.
You want to be clear on, hey, if you start contributing, what would we need for you to become a maintainer?
And when we talk about maintainer, and in the whole talk, we're not just talking about code maintainers and code project maintainers. We're talking about maintainers in the widest sense of the word. That can also be a documentation maintainer. It can also be a community maintainer. It can also be a marketing guru who helps the project get in the spotlight. Maintainer does not necessarily mean code. So the growth path can be all sorts of things, as long as it's within that field which you're a maintainer in.
And at the same time, as we do all this, we have to keep in mind work-life balance. There are many, many things that I would encourage you to take Juliette as an example in. This is not one of them.
I have no life, do not be like me.
But it's good to realize that the person that's maintaining these projects, that these are people. And you have to also realize that as the projects gets bigger, that it's very lonely at the top of a maintainer tree.
The buck stops with you. You carry the responsibility. And if you take the wrong decision, it will damage the project. It might damage you. If you then correct quickly, then it might not damage it. But in the end, that responsibility is yours. And unless you have a multi-maintainer project, it's very lonely to take that responsibility on.
So as we do all this, one of the things that's very important and something that I think we've actually done very well in WordPress is a publicly documented release process. You have to actually know, if you take over, how to release the software. Who here has ever joined a WordPress release party? More of you should join the WordPress release party. I really urge you to join. Even for a minor version, just follow the process along, go into the core channel, see what happens. It is one of the most glorious things to see when you're in the WordPress community, to just in a Slack channel before you, see everyone go through the rhythm and test and do all the steps that are needed. And it's incredible to see.
At the same time, a release process isn't the only thing to document. You can also document things like, do we accept deprecations, and if so, when? Or when will we drop support for a certain PHP version? Or when will we drop a certain dependency? If those things aren't documented and decided in backrooms, it makes the project a lot less transparent and a lot less easy to get involved with.
And this is where we talk about money. There's a very big difference between someone who's fully funded as a maintainer to work on something and projects that have no or too limited funding. You know this all too well. Juliette has been doing this for a long time, and well, as she said, she was on or beneath the social minimum for a long time, building projects that we all use.
And now, at this moment, there's some projects fully funded, which I contribute to, some projects partially, and some projects unfunded. I still work on all of them.
So, how can you help? It's not necessarily about money, but it could be one of the things. But how do we find out where to help?
Well, first thing to do, if the project has one, look at the contributing guide or look at the documentation to see if there's an on-ramp for contributing. Or if there's particular things the maintainers ask for help with. If those things don't exist, what about just asking?
Yeah.
Why not open a ticket and say, I'd like to help, what do you need?
And I want to urge you to look at your own dependency tree, at the things that you use in your whatever it is you do, and which open source software is part of that, and which ones you can help. And it might not always be the most obvious ones that need help. So look a bit deeper, look at all these projects, and look at who is this? Who's behind this?
Look especially at those which you normally don't think about because they just work.
Yeah, things like WPCS. Adding a funded contributor to a project can often be a good idea, but it can also be hard.
the thing is, if there is an overworked, underfunded or unfunded maintainer, and you say, okay, I want to help the project as a company, so we're just going to put someone on that project and let them contribute to it, you are now basically overworking that maintainer even more. Because that maintainer is now basically expected to train your employee for free. So yes, please ask them whether that's the kind of contribution which is needed in the project, a new contributor, or if that's only welcome in combination with funding. Because the funding might allow the maintainer to then actually review those PRs without getting even more overworked.
So we've had 9 topics so far, and 8 of them are the responsibility of the maintainer in some way. Money is only one of them, but it is the one that outside contributors can help with most easily. It is also the one that facilitates more time for the other 8.
And some of you might now say, hang on, but Joost, you build a successful business around your open source project. Shouldn't all open source maintainers do that?
Well, A, not every open source project would do well as a business. And B, not every open source maintainer also happens to have come on this earth with business, sales, and all the other skills required to actually build a company.
Every time, every minute an open source maintainer needs to spend on building a business is basically time which is being cannibalized away from the open source project. And if they do build a successful business around the project, nobody is funding the open source project except for their own business. So it's still not a healthy relationship.
So this only truly works in the long run if every company contributes and resources are divided in a meaningful way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in WordPress we have the 5 for the Future project.
Yes.
Which is awesome, except, yeah, again, how do you contribute your 5%?
And where, and how, and what?
And there's definitely companies, and I'm just going to call one out here, but there's definitely more, like Automatic, which actually take the responsibility and take it seriously. They do really contribute to open source in every single way they can see fit. But we can't just look at Automatic to solve this for you. If all those companies making money of WordPress and of the dependencies of WordPress, why should one company take the responsibility for all of it? That's not healthy again.
And when we're talking about this, I think it's really good that we realize the size of the market we're talking about. I think people don't realize what these numbers actually mean. 3,000 people here is a lot. It's also like 100,000% of the users we have. We're not talking about thousands of euros or hundreds of thousands or millions. We're literally talking about billions of euros being made off the top of WordPress. And a lot of these companies have very healthy margins. And you might go, hey, I'm not making that much money. And others might go, yeah, we can do that. But without giving back to the software that this all depends on, we're actually, well, we have a problem.
Well, your business is built on quicksand.
So who should we be giving our money to?
Good question. If I knew and if I could solve that one.
There's a lot of open source projects that need help. And the fact that long-standing contributors to open source, people that we both have known for years and that have been doing a lot of work, are still looking to get funding and can't really realize that, is on all of us to make sure that we fix that.
And it's painful to say, because these are the people we all rely on, and they have to fight to get funded, why should they have to put in that effort while that effort and that energy could be better used actually making the open source project better again?
So luckily, we are not the only ones talking about this. There are companies like Tightlift, ThanksDev, and even GitHub sponsors
Yes, correct.
that allow you to look at your dependencies and find the projects that need help.
Unfortunately, this doesn't work well with WordPress because WordPress, well, doesn't use Composer the way it's supposed to be used, etc. Yeah,
There's small, tiny problems.
yeah. But it's still a better starting point than none.
And this is where we want to talk about, okay, so how do we talk about this in companies? Companies often throw this sort of funding of open source under their corporate social responsibility, which is also, unfortunately, the thing that gets cut first when, well, margins are thinner. And that doesn't really work, does it?
Definitely not if you're the WordPress contributor who gets cut.
So we've talked about Five for the Future for a bit. It is a good way of thinking about it, but it's also, maybe it's time we give you a lesson on how to sell this to your CFO.
Yeah.
One thing that you are always talking about is we should change the wording.
Yeah, if we talk about donations, if we talk about sponsoring, we're basically talking about giving away money. That's not something a CFO wants to hear. If we just change the wording to funding, that's already a different proposal. Vocabulary, words mean a lot, and they carry meaning, they carry weight. Funding is perceived completely differently than donations. So that's the first step, but there's more.
The harsh reality is that your dependency tree is a house of cards. The tree that we always use to display these things is probably a wrong thing to display it. It looks way too stable.
Basically, if you knock over one of these cards, everything falls down. Imagine and tell this to your CFO, tell this to the CFO of your customer. Imagine if one of your critical dependencies would suddenly stop. And yeah, there may be 100 forks who try to continue and then it will still die in a year's time. If you need to replace that dependency in your whole stack, the sheer effort, the sheer money needed to refactor your complete application might bankrupt your company. This is what we're talking about. This is the house of cards. So you basically have an unmitigated business risk. And this is language C-level people understand.
This is what you should be talking to your CFO and other people about. We have unmitigated business risks because we don't know that our dependencies will actually keep on working. And as soon as you turn it into that recognizable shape for them, they can also start to think about how to mitigate their other unmitigated business risks. And this is where Juliette and I have fierce discussions on how this should work. Because Juliette likes to talk about it as
insurance. Basically, the way I see it, if you have like a company building, you insure it when it's not on fire. If you use open source and your business relies on it, depends on it, builds on it, needs that to succeed, you fund open source when it's still working and being maintained. Same like with an insurance policy, you have no guarantee that there will be a payout or that the project will continue. Same like with an insurance policy, it does not buy you a seat on the board of directors of the insurance company. So it doesn't buy you influence in the project, but it buys you a much bigger chance that the project can successfully continue and be future-proofed.
So this is where it shows that A, I'm a socialist, and B, I'm a European. because I think that we should solve this with taxes.
Unfortunately, we still don't have a global government, so yeah, and it's
I know the
it's
Star
used
Trek
globally.
world I want to live in really doesn't exist. But there are good examples of this happening already. Germany started a sovereign tech fund to fund open source. Unfortunately, Germany is just one country. It's a pretty big one, but we can't rely on that one country to fund open source for the entire world. But taxes is the way I think about it, because taxes are what we've used throughout the world to fund the maintenance of a common good, which is what open source is. And, well, maybe we have to get creative. And this is actually, to a degree, what we ask of you. Get creative. For now, each company has to step up individually. Maybe at one point we'll get to do a presentation like this to the European Parliament and fix that. Who knows?
Please reach out to us if you want that. So basically, we're near the conclusion. If someone can please explain this to me, like I'm a 5-year-old, that would help so much.
This was very near to actually happening in much harder ways than people realize. The European Union was very close to actually having laws that required QA and security protocols for every software solution out there that we just can't have as open source communities, because we're not that professional and set up. Luckily, the WordPress Foundation, together with Drupal, Joomla, and other foundations, worked, and that law got changed. Although it's still got stuff about vulnerability disclosure programs that you need to have for your open source program that are actually not necessarily easy.
No, and think of it this way. An unpaid, overworked maintainer would now, in some way, have to find the funding to defend themselves in a lawsuit about not complying with the European law, which is actually in violation with their license. Excuse me? Making laws like this, which will put people on trial who don't even get paid, let alone have the funding to defend themselves, there's something so fundamentally wrong about this.
So, maybe we should talk about this differently. Maybe we had this thought as we were discussing this. We should make our hosting companies our tax collectors.
Every WordPress site out there is hosted somewhere. If every hosting provider would put some of the money they earn on the hosting towards the open source projects which are run on their servers, that would be great. It would be a good start. And not just WordPress, also Joomla and Drupal and Laravel and Symfony. All of it is open source.
But we're not going to solve this. We'd love for you all to help us figure this out.
So our challenge for you during this WordCamp is, please keep talking about this. Start, in the coffee break, during lunch, start talking with each other about this subject. Start brainstorming. Start thinking about creative ways we can actually fix this. Because if we do not fix this, we will have a serious problem with open source in 10, 15 years. So we need to start the change now. And it's up to us to start that change. It's up to you to help us start that change.
And with that, good luck.
Thank you so much. We have a little bit of time for questions. We have 2 microphones to the left of me and to the right of me. We already have a question.
Sounds. Can
we
someone
get-
turn this mic on,
Can
please?
you turn on the mics for
Hello, friends. So, thank you very much for what you have shared so far today and the inspiration that you have both been. I am so thankful that you are speaking so publicly about the need for a lot of this. One of the things that I have been doing, so behind the scenes, I help make possible some of the funding that Juliet is receiving from my employer as well. And I want more data to be able to provide, you know, why we need to continue this work, why we need to continue funding open source. One of the other areas that I have started contributing to outside of WordPress is related to SBOMs. And for those that don't know, that means software bill of materials. I'm wondering, in the open source world, so a software bill of materials basically does the dependency chart. If you go into GitHub and look at the dependencies of the open source software, it lists this big, long JSON file for you of all of your dependencies. Have you found tools or other open source projects that are really making it visible, the dependencies that we have upstream? So all of our languages, all of the little tiny libraries like, why can't we upload our plugin zip files this week? Or why is the email not going out? Have you found a way to see more clearly than just that big SBOM? And are other projects elevating kind of what else they're dependent upon?
Well, we mentioned TideLift and ThanksDev, which are both projects and also open GitHub sponsors, which all use that dependency tree, that stack, to help you find the projects to fund. But it isn't very visual, it isn't very graphic, I agree. There's definitely better tooling which could be built there.
Yeah.
So if someone wants to open source a project and do it, please do.
Thank you, Juliet.
I'm not going to do it.
Are there any more questions? I'm sure you have some, so don't be shy. Walk up to the mic.
Hi. Well, the part about the fact that you said money is useful, great. Thanks for the realization. Second thing I liked was the fact that you said you need our help to figure this out. The first thought that came to me was I live in India, but I walk around in Italy as a local by using an app, the Google Maps. And if Google came to me and said, can you pay me $1 for the entire year? I'd be saying, yes, thank you, because you're making my life so easy. Then it says, pay me $1 a month. I'll be very happy. And that's about it. License the damn thing. What's the problem in licensing?
The problem in this is that most open source projects aren't the front-end user-facing interface on your phone.
You don't have to license it to end users. You have to license it to the people who use it. And they'll be happy to pay $1 or whatever the reasonable number it is. And the whole problem will be solved. We'll have a much bigger conference next year.
Let me, well, having built a company that has software that's used by 13 million something users, and seeing that about 1% of them paid for it, that's the harsh reality of licensing.
And the other
People
part,
are not willing to pay.
And the other part is people just don't even realize they're using open source. They're so used to surveillance capitalism, where people are used as the product, everything is free, you are the product, we'll sell your data, that people can't even imagine that open source does not collect your data, that open source does not sell your data, that open source is not making money. It just doesn't come up in people's minds to realize that they actually need to fund these projects.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's loud.
Do you have one question? That will be our... please keep it brief.
I'll try and keep it brief. Fantastic talk, really enjoyed it. It got into areas where we don't often talk, but are very important, and tax is a very public... okay. What do we need to do to change the way that WordPress as a community engages with other open source projects in the community? And I say this in the context of someone that I've done MozFest, and this is great, and it's very, very different to Drupal events and then Linux events and Apache and stuff. But it feels like we have to come together to make this work. So what would be good next steps?
Well, step one is for you all to go to not just the WordCamp, but something else for a change.
Spread the word.
I mean, I love WordCamps, and WordCamps are very good, but I agree with you, Ant. People should, well, we should talk to more people, and we all should be in more of these communities.
Yep.
And there's relatively few of us that actually go to other things. Although it is getting bigger, but it is, yeah, it's important that we do that. I agree.
Unfortunately, we have to cut it off now. Thank you so much, Joost, Juliette.
Thank you all for listening.
Oh.
And please keep discussing.
Okay. Thank you.
We have a brief break. We're trying to catch up some time. So in a couple of minutes, we'll have Adam Zielinski here. There's one general note I'd like to hear. It's okay if you keep walking. I can talk. There are golf carts that people can take to move from Pavilion 1 to Pavilion 3 and vice versa for those who need it. Not Jono. They are near Sala Rosa and Sala Azura.
Golf cart race, let's go.
we're about to start the next talk, so if you could please be seated. Good morning, everyone. We're about to start. I have the pleasure to introduce you to someone who I think has created one of the most impactful things WordPress has seen in a very, very long time. That someone is Adam Zielinski. He's the creator of WordPress Playground. That is a zero setup WordPress tool that works in your browser. Some of you will most likely already know. Adam is also a core committer, so really very intimately familiar with WordPress itself. He was the tech editor release lead for WordPress 6.0. He works at Automatic, when he's not making WordPress better, he is actually if I say this correctly, an improv comedian. So let's hope he adds some of that to this presentation. Please welcome Adam to the stage.
I was so frustrated with WordPress. It was about 2 years ago, and I was writing a technical tutorial for WordPress. And the tutorial came out great. I got great feedback from my developer colleagues. But then when it came time to publish it on WordPress.org, I got this feedback that before it goes out there to the people, I have to create a setup instructions lessons. Before anyone can start working on it, we need to have a pathway for them to go from zero, from no setup at all, to a working WordPress. And I thought it was the developer speaking in my mind, yeah, that's easy, it's a few commands. But then I started actually looking it up, and oh, there was MySQL to install PHP, Apache, Node.js, all these acronyms. And these things take hours to figure out. I've been through a bunch of contributor days, and I've seen so many people coming there without a WordPress setup, spending a couple of hours just trying to get it to work, to be able to start to contribute. And 7 hours sometimes was not enough to do it. And I thought, that was depressing for me, because I thought no one is going to read my tutorial. And I just wanted people to have a very different experience. I wanted them to open that tutorial, go to that page, and have WordPress right there on the website without any setup steps, any installations, any requirements. Just WordPress. Just start using it, just get your hands dirty, just play with it. Only that was impossible, right? I would need a cloud environment to set it up, a bunch of computers somewhere that would give everyone their own custom WordPress. It would be difficult to maintain. It would cost money. It wouldn't be that practical. But then I thought, what if that's not impossible? What if you could actually have WordPress running fully in there, in that tutorial, in that web browser, without any setup whatsoever? And I started tinkering. And I was a team at the time that was called Tinker, so that was a good place to explore it. My lead at the time was quite preoccupied, so didn't mind. I disappeared for about 2 weeks, and then I was looking at WordPress in my web browser. It mostly didn't work. I couldn't log into WP admin, but it was there. And it was a promise of something much larger to come. That was about 2 years ago. I kept going and developing that project mostly on my own for the next year. Then open source contributor started coming in and helping with the development. And as of a couple of months, I work at Automatic. There's a team working on this project. It's called WordPress Playground, and I'm so excited to show you everything it can do for you in your day-to-day work. Playground is a complete paradigm shift, and it changes everything we know about WordPress and how we think about it. Most people who've had contact with Playground, when they think Playground, they think about this website. And that's fair. When you go there, you can install any plugin, you can install any theme, build a site, you can play with WordPress to your heart's content, but that website is not Playground. That website is just an application built on top of Playground. Playground is the technology that enables using WordPress on any device, in any context, with a single click. Click. Oh yeah. So Playground is actually a cross-platform WordPress that you can start building with, even this. So Playground allows you to embed WordPress in all the different contexts. This is a blog post on my blog. It's a tutorial about one of the new APIs in WordPress. And there's an there's a PHP code snippet in it. That snippet is also Playground. Even though you don't see actual WordPress, though all you see is code, this snippet is powered by Playground. And the cool thing about it is you can go to that blog post and you can start changing that code and running it, and my phone is in an airplane mode, and it still works. It doesn't actually go to any server anywhere. It works on that phone. And that's quite exciting to me personally. The website I showed you earlier, that's also Playground embedded on a website. So there's a browser UI, there's an address bar, there are some settings for you to change PHP and WordPress versions. But all of that's just user interface to make Playground more useful in that specific context. This is an application called Block Notes. It is the first application ever. It's a native iOS app. It was available on the Apple App Store, and it runs WordPress on your device. This app is meant to build notes. I think it was built by Ella, sitting somewhere in here. And who knows? This is a very exploratory territory, these native apps. But once this workflow matures more and we can do more with it, well, maybe we'll have a button on a Playground website that says, export my WordPress as a mobile app, or export my WordPress as a desktop app. With more work, we would already be able to do that today. I don't see any technical blockers for that, which is pretty exciting. We just need more time spent there. About desktop apps. This app is called Studio. It's a local development environment for WordPress. You download it, you install it, and you can create multiple WordPress websites and build them and work with them on your machine and even host them from the app. And the cool part about it is that app also runs WordPress Playground. There are no virtual machines, there are no Dockers, there are no long checklists of things that can go wrong or you have to install before you can use it. It's just there. You download it, you run it, there's WordPress. No dependencies at all. There are terminal apps that Playground can power. This one is called WP Now. It is WordPress in a single command. All you need is, if you are a JavaScript developer and you have Node on your computer, Node.js, you can run a single command, and there's WordPress right there on your computer in your terminal. And you can build so many more applications with Playground in the terminal. Just on the contributor day yesterday, there was a person integrating WordPress in a Next.js app, so completely different ecosystem, completely different set of tools. And yet, we could run WordPress in there. This also leads us to another place where we can start integrating WordPress as an extension to existing ecosystems. So this is Visual Studio Code. It's a popular code editor. And we have WordPress running in there as an extension. And you don't have to install anything else on your computer. There's no downloads. There's no prerequisites. You just go to the extensions marketplace. That's how it's called, but it's free. You install that extension, and there's WordPress on your computer. And you can start building themes and plugins with a click of a button. That's how easy it is with Playground. So Playground is WordPress everywhere. It's WordPress for the desktop apps, for the mobile apps, for terminal, even browser extensions. We're exploring one now. It's WordPress for live demos, for showcasing plugins and themes before people pay money for them. They can play with them and try them out right there on the website with Playground. It's a completely new thing. It's WordPress in all these different contexts. You could run it on your smart fridge if you wanted to. And there's so much more coming, and I'm about to tell you. But first, I'll take a quick detour and show you how it works. But before that, I need a sip of water. So normally, to run WordPress as a hosted software on the server, you need a few software components. There's Linux, the operating system that gives you access to all the devices inside the computer, like a hard drive and a memory and network card. There's Apache, which is the web server, and it allows you to, it communicates internet with WordPress. There's MySQL, the database, which allows WordPress to store all the data. And finally, there's the PHP, the programming language runtime that WordPress is built in. And all these things together form what we call a tech stack. It's a LAMP tech stack. And so to run Playground, we need all these pieces. But we only have a web browser and some JavaScript, right? So how does it work? Well, we ship that entire tech stack in various forms in the browser. So instead of Linux, we have a bunch of JavaScript polyfills that pretend to be a file system or a memory allocator or all these low-level components. These are like 3 functions in a trench code, but it works beautifully well. Instead of a web server, we use JavaScript APIs. In a browser, we have something called a service worker that stands between the website and the internet. And this allows us to take all the traffic that would normally go to a server somewhere and then redirect it back to the browser where WordPress is running. Instead of MySQL, we use another database called SQLite. It is a tiny, small, very fast database that works embedded inside a software. It's not a separate package you have to install or figure out. And WordPress normally doesn't support that, but we've rebuilt the entire, like there was a SQLite integration community plugin standing for a long time. For Playground, we rebuilt that not from scratch, but we've done a substantial amount of work to make it compatible with all the different places in WordPress. And in fact, most of the WordPress tests, the automated tests, actually pass on SQLite now. And finally, we have perhaps the most magical component of these all, which is PHP WebAssembly. Normal PHP is a desktop software or server-side software. It doesn't run in web browsers. But there's this cool new technology called WebAssembly that allows us to bring what I'll call classical software, the software that runs on your computer directly in the operating system, the software that you typically have to install. It allows us to take this and run this inside a web browser or inside any place where we have JavaScript environment. So that's a terminal app, that's a native app, that's a desktop app, that's your smart fridge, heck, I wonder if that would run on a smartwatch. I haven't tried it, but I think I've seen someone running Playground on a Switch, Nintendo Switch. And so, goal of Playground is to bring one-to-one feature parity with WordPress. We're not quite there yet, but we're not far off also. We're closer than I thought when I reviewed that recently. And so that was a quick detour into the tech details. All of that may, like, I try to keep the slide very simple, all right, but I know there's a lot of technical talking here and it may seem overwhelming. The good news is that to use Playground and to even to build with Playground, you don't have to know any of that. I'm just sharing that because I like you and I want you to have some insight into what's behind the scenes. But while building Playground, we're thinking about the user experience and developer experience. And heck, like we try to do so much to make it very easy to use and build with. And so one of the ways to do it is called blueprints. A blueprint looks like this. It's a JSON file, and it contains the exact recipe for a WordPress site that runs in Playground. So you write a short file, and we're building an editor for that also, so you don't even have to write that. And it gives you, and Playground builds the entire WordPress site to your exact spec. This blueprint, it's very simple. It doesn't do much. It just installs the Hello Dolly plugin. But blueprints can be as simple as this, or as involved as this. I don't actually expect you to read this, and it didn't even fit my entire screen, but I just want you to remember this one thing, that this blueprint, it installs a plugin, installs a theme, imports some content, run PHP, messes up with the directory structure, It can do all these different things, and it can set up any WordPress site. There's no limit to what these blueprints can do. And so we also have on this event puzzle pieces in sponsors booth. I have one with me here. They are small artifacts about this size, and you can. There's an app. There's a app on a website. You can scan QR code on the back of a puzzle to get it, and then you scan these puzzles, and you get a WordPress site to this exact spec, to the exact puzzles you scan. So it installs plugins, creates pages, it installs themes, activates them. There's quite a lot, like you can build quite an involved site with this. And all it does, all the app does, is it scans the puzzle and it translates it into blueprint steps. So, and there's some AI magic involved. Also, we can integrate Playground with AI. In a few minutes, we'll hear more about that. With blueprints, we're launching this new, oh, that's the wrong button, community space. It's a new thing that there will be a QR code at the end of this with a bunch of more resources. With a Blueprints community space, it's a gallery of different blueprints that you can, well, run in Playground. You can mess with them, you can see how they're built, and you can also share your own. It's a very lean thing. We've launched on GitHub to get it out there quicker, but it gives us all the collaboration workflows, right? So we can propose changes via pull request, you can review everything. There's a public list of that, author attribution. I highly encourage you after this to go, have a look, play with them, and see how powerful blueprints can be. And now, you just saw a few examples of what Playground can do, and I'm going to show you a bunch more. Most of the things I'm about to show you, most of these apps, they are just blueprints. They were built with these JSON constructs. And so I'd like to inspire you all with the rest of this talk to get your hands dirty, try Playground, and create things with blueprints, without blueprints, built with Playground. So one of the things you can do is set up product demos. You can embed Playground on a website, give it a blueprint. Oh, I didn't say that, but when you have a blueprint, the way to use it, you just copy it and you paste it in the URL. There's the Playground site, Playground WordPress.net /. You paste a blueprint, it does it. Like, that's all you have to do, which means you can share a link with someone. And so you can use Playground to show product demos of your plugin, of your theme, directly on your site by embedding Playground with that blueprint in the link. And how to embed a Playground? Well, there are two ways. One is more technical. You put an iframe tag. But if you don't want to play with code, well, we have something called the Playground block. So you can install it from the WordPress plugin directory, and it allows you to embed Playground on your site using a Gutenberg block. So just click it in the inserter, pop, it's there on your site, just like that. And you can use any blueprint in there, and you can even add a code editor, that's another button. So you want to showcase things, you want to teach people about WordPress, you want to have live tutorials, perfect. This block can help you do that. And if you don't want to install it, but you want to play with it first, well, guess what? There's a way to do that, because in the WordPress plugins directory, we now have this live preview button for plugin authors who created a blueprint to set up their plugin. So WordPress Playground block is one of these plugins. It has a blueprint that creates a page, inserts a Playground block on that page. It redirects you as the user there, and it looks just like that. So we are going meta here. We have a Playground block previewed inside a Playground to showcase Playground to other people on your site. How cool is that? You can go many levels deep, and there's no end to possibilities here. Like sometimes I'm quite amazed, like, wait, like this really works? But yes, it does. And so with blueprints, I'm starting to think they are not actually recipes for WordPress sites, but they are apps in themselves. And what do I mean by that? Well, this here is a WordPress-based slide deck builder. So there's a blueprint in one of the GitHub repos, and you click a link, you go there, and in there you have a WordPress set up with a theme that looks like a slide deck. And you have a bunch of typical slides. So there's a title slide, slide with a picture, slide with a list, and you can customize them. You can save that website. You can keep working on it for a week. Like some Playground has this reputation of only being temporary, right? Like you close a browser tab and it's gone. Well, that's the default mode, but it's not how it has to work. There's a setting in there to save it in the browser or save it on your disk or export it and import it later on. Playground can be as temporary or as persistent as you need it. It's there for you. It's not there to be quickly gone. And so with these slide decks, you go there, you get a WordPress that's tailored to building slides. And you can build these slides. You can save them as a WordPress site. You can render them as a static site. So you can share a link to an HTML page on the internet that's just your slides. And that blueprint also adds this big button in there that says Save as PDF. So we can actually build a real PDF slide deck for a conference with Playground. And I said you can export that as a static site. Well, we have a blueprint for that too. So you run it, and you get a zip file with a static version of your site. Now, Playground also enables you to collaborate on these things. So on the Playground website, Playground WordPress.net, we have this button that says export pull request to GitHub. So we can load your Playground from a disk. You can build it in there, or you can load it from GitHub, because there's another button, import from GitHub. Then you can make some changes. And using this slide deck as an example, I created a pull request. So I uploaded an image, and I went through this pull request flow. And there we go. There's a pull request on GitHub with an image block in my WordPress content. And that image, that upload, it actually went through. So you can also upload media this way. And why that matters is WordPress can now be this device to build pages without ever installing anything on your computer. You can just go to Playground, you can build the entire thing in there, and you can export it to GitHub, and you can do it all from your phone or a tablet. There's no requirement to have computer on any of these steps. And what I'm showing you here, in this little text, that's block markup from Gutenberg. And I've heard some people saying, well, that's sweet, but everyone writes content in Markdown these days. Well, there's a thing coming for that too. So we'll be able to bring in any Markdown content. Is it a documentation? Is it a static site? I don't know. But it will come into Playground. You'll edit it. You'll export it as Markdown. And Playground will be just your device to work on this in a nice visual environment. We have a browser extension coming that will enable doing that right there without even going through these flows. You'll just click a button and pop, it will pop into Playground, the Markdown thing, you'll edit it, it will come back to the place where you started editing in the first place. And so this site can be also like rendered as a static site hosted, which means you can do WordPress sites as GitHub pages without a host. How cool is that, right? You can have all the content living in there, edit it, click a button, and oh, there's a static site on GitHub pages. I never went through any registration flow, right? I never gave my credit card. It's just a static site. And by the way, you can preview pull requests with changes to WordPress plugins and themes, even to these static sites, right? So someone proposes a change, and you can use Playground to see what that change looks like in the real world. And so we also use that in WordPress core for previewing all the changes, and in Gutenberg, and in WooCommerce, and in a bunch of other plugins. There's all this new testing coming in just because that's easy. It's a press of a button. You don't have to have expertise, pull changes, like use terminal, Git, know any of these things. It's just a button. Boop. And there's a Playground in a completely new tab with the change applied. And oh, all these things can be combined. So you can take a pull request and put a Playground block on your site and preview that pull request in that Playground block and just show the change to the world. And by the way, the preview, that's just a blueprint. It loads whatever is in that PR in Playground. This also means you can build themes, block themes, using Playground. You go there in the browser, you build a theme, you export it to GitHub. That's it. On the phone, on the go, on the tablet. There's no development environment whatsoever. You can build things in a very no-code way if you just go to the site editor, move some stuff around, customize the styles. With Playground, that's all you need to know to collaborate on that. And Playground is also great for presentations and for classrooms and for teaching people about WordPress. Most of the screenshots I've shown you during this talk, they were taken in Playground. There was a workshop last year at WordCamp EU in Athens by Luis Eranth. It was about interactivity API. 70 people were in the room, and there was a single command Luis prepared to get everyone started. It installed WordPress through Playground. It set up the workshop materials. It started a dev server, all the watchers, the technical stuff you'd normally spend hours on. Boom, and it worked. And everyone was able to complete the workshop. There's a professor that I know who uses Playground in his classes. There's something with the university computers, like you cannot install software in there, but you can use websites. And Playground happens to be a website. So he can just direct the students to go there, complete an assignment, export it, or share it in any other way, and then he reviews it. And it doesn't get easier than that, does it? Playground can also be used to contribute to WordPress and, well, build apps, right? So this one is called Translate Live. It was built by Alex Kirk, he's my team lead as of Monday. And you can just go there, start translating things, and click a button, and that translation gets proposed to the WordPress translations directory. And by the way, it integrates with ChatGPT. So you put your open API key in there, and suddenly AI helps you translate. So yes, you can also integrate Playground with AI to build completely new assisted types of experiences with WordPress. And by the way, Playground also gives you this new site archival format. So there's a plugin called, I'll tell you in a minute what it's called. But if you install it, you go to WordPress admin, tools, export, and then there's this new option called Playground Snapshot. You download it, and there's your entire WordPress site, complete with all the files, plugins, themes, all the data even. And that was never a part of WordPress core. And what we were building in Playground, I want that to eventually be merged into WordPress itself. So you would have a very easy option of moving your data around. And since all these things integrate with each other, Well, this export also is connected with a button. Well, the plugin is called Sandbox Site. So install that plugin. You go to the plugins directory in WP admin, and there every plugin has a new button, Preview Now. That button exports your WordPress site. It imports it into Playground. It installs the plugin you want to preview in that Playground. And then you can see, oh, is this what I need? Is this useful on my website? Does it break anything? Does it create any unwanted menu items? If you like it, you can install it on your real site. If you don't like it, you close the tab, no harm done. Your production website is exactly as it was. This is WP CLI, a terminal tool that's often used with WordPress when developing. Only this one, it works in a web browser. So we have a WordPress, we have a terminal, and we have WP CLI loaded in there, all in a browser. We also have development environments. I already touched on that. And speaking about the future, in the future, all WordPress and Playground apps, they could exchange data with each other. They could synchronize in real time. We also have, well, what I mean by that is we have a mobile application with Playground in it. Then you could have another application on desktop, a desktop app, or on a server. You create a note or a post on your phone, and then it just shows up on your desktop. So if we played these cards right, maybe in a few years, you would see a social network built with WordPress. Because what's a social network? It's a mobile app that's very easy to use, configured for you, that exchanges data with different people. It gives you content distribution. So that would be quite exciting. Maybe you can get there. And who knows what else? Blueprints, these JSON things, they could be part of native WordPress. So every host would have these features with template sites. You would be able to take all these things that are built in Playground and just create new sites with them, just like that, and load them into Playground, move them around. And so one thing I want you all to take away from this is start building new things with Playground. We're at a very cool moment in history, and also the future of WordPress kind of depends on all of us, right? There's this completely new ways of thinking today. We have AI, we have technology to bring software to all these different devices. And we'll see a lot of contenders to trying to be the unifying platform for the web. WordPress has a really good shot at this, but we have to act, and we have to build things, and we have to create that future. WordPress has a really good edge in here. It has all the fantastic content management capabilities. It can be, it has revisions, it has users, it has the best community in the world, come on. And it could be the thing that we use on all the devices to communicate, to own our data, to innovate. But this starts today with building new types of experiences, with bringing WordPress to all the new places. The future of WordPress is in our hands. So let's do exciting stuff, and let's make WordPress persevere and be not just this thing of yesterday, websites, right? But let's bring it to all these mobile devices, to all these new places, to all these new apps, contexts, things. Here's a bunch of resources at the QR code, and that's it. Thank you. Did I go over time?
Like I said in the introduction, I think it's one of the most interesting and impactful things coming to WordPress in a long time. We have time for some questions. There are two mics to my right. If you could walk to the mic, please. If that's not possible, we can get you one. There's also a microphone over there. Please introduce yourself and keep the question as short as you can.
Okay. Lovro Krust from Croatia. I used to see your name when browsing GitHub, so it's nice to meet you in person.
Nice to meet you.
And I built a plugin for Gutenberg. It is now in a review process, which makes block pop up. And I tried to showcase it on Playground, but I ran into a problem of showing images because I wanted all to be packed inside a file and not as external images on GitHub.
Yeah.
But I didn't find a way to do it.
There is a way to do it. Well, I'm not going to go through all the technical details right now. We can connect after this, but very briefly, you can use a blueprint to grab a file and put it in the bundle or in the zip file of the plugin that you want to install, for example, as a demo content. And that's the big idea. It doesn't have to be external. And for all the details how to do that, I'm happy to connect in a few minutes and walk through that.
Okay. Thank you.
We have one over here.
You think that? Oh, yeah. Hello, my name is David. I'm from Poland. Thanks, Adam, for the talk. It was great. I have a question because you said it runs in the browser like most of the time, but also you said it can run like command line apps because it runs also with Node.
Yes.
Anywhere JavaScript is in there. I'm thinking would be also useful to use WordPress Playground as sort of like a GitHub action or something like this for CI/CD and for automating stuff like testing and building and stuff like this.
Absolutely.
And would there be something official like GitHub action from the team?
Yes. You can absolutely use it in GitHub Actions. Like the slides decks I shown, I have a repo and there's a GitHub action that takes the content and builds a static site from it. It's automated. It's also possible to run tests with it. And there was a second part of your question that I forgot. I'm sorry. Would you repeat, please?
Yeah, I was asking, would there be any official GitHub action from WordPress team to help? And that's based on Playground.
Yes, I think that is coming. So pull request previews are so useful, but now it takes a lot of work to figure that out on your own. So you have to make a command, but only if there isn't one already, update the link if it changes, da-da-da-da. I want there to be an official action that you would just include, or maybe even a GitHub app, right, that you would install with a button. Wouldn't that be handy? So this is one that is coming. If you have an idea for a different type of integration, I would love to learn about that. And yeah, who knows? Maybe build that. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Over here.
Many thanks, Adam. Terry Kyle from WPX.
Hello, Terry.
I'm not a technical person, but do we even still need a normally hosted WordPress site with Playground anymore?
Such a good question. I think so, but there are different use cases, right? So if we have a static site and, you cannot, for example, like if you have an e-commerce store and you want to have a stock and you want people to, when they purchase something, it gets deducted from the stock and the order gets processed, you still need a server for that. That's a dynamic interaction. Maybe one day we'll get to a point where that will be handled all in Playground. But if you have a site that's all about sharing content with people, so maybe podcasts, maybe articles, maybe posts, I like to think of a newspaper example, then yeah, that could exist all in Playground.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Over to the left, I think, was next.
Hi, I'm Antonio Cejas from WordPress.com.
Hey, Antonio.
And my question is about the Blueprints gallery. And I would like to know more about that, like how we can add those recipes to that directory, and if there is any plan to build a UI more useful. Yeah.
Thank you for asking that. Yes, so Blueprints gallery is, the idea is the same as WordPress plugins gallery on WordPress.org. For now, it's just a GitHub repository. Like, we were very lean and wanted to get it out the door as quickly as possible. So it is a GitHub repo, and you can contribute to that with a pull request. It's available at github.com/WordPress/blueprints. There is also a link on the Playground page at the QR code. And yeah, there is a plan to build a UI. Right now, we're trying to figure out the best way to contribute, the best way to make this interesting for everyone. And once we figure that out, then we'll build a tailored UI to make it beautiful and accessible right there on WordPress.org.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Torsten?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Torsten from the German community.
Hey, Torsten.
Yesterday, we experienced a fatal error on the site health page in SQLite in Playground, and I experienced another bug. You cannot install more locales if you want to check a patch or a pull request, for example. And if it's language related and you can't install a different locale, this is a problem. So there are bugs. And you said you're still checking if everything works. So where do you help? Where do you need help the most from the community? What should we check? What do you want from the community provided as a issue or pull request?
Thank you. Well, anything that doesn't work as you expect, please, please, please report it. Tell us, and there's a GitHub repository for Playground at WordPress/WordPress-Playground. There's a Slack channel on WordPress.org/meta-playground. And like first and foremost, like all the reports, everything that doesn't work as expected, please tell us. That's extremely helpful. If you'd like to contribute and help us fix it, that's also, like that goes such a long way. And yes, there are still bugs, there are kinks. The two you've mentioned, like I know you already created a report for that, so thank you so much. Well, we're not, as I said, we're not 100% there yet with a one-to-one WordPress feature parity, but we're getting closer. There are things in Playground that they're different than in regular WordPress. Like for installing translations, you have to download them from WordPress.org. And in the browsers, that works slightly differently than on the server. You have like policy, security, there's a cross-origin stuff like for the technical part of the audience. But to answer your question, please report. And if you feel adventurous, please help us fix it. We'd love to help you and help you be successful with that. So if Playground seems like this huge, opaque, technically complex thing, don't worry, we're there for you, and we'll guide you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a little bit of time for two short questions.
Very quickly, thank you. Cesare from Italy. How compatible is Playground to the more complex plugins, those that do, for example, connections online, check licensing, and things like that? Is there a boundary where you say we should stay within?
Yes. So we are still learning that, but I can give you some things that I do know today. So if there's a plugin that wants to, if the plugin connects to a server for a licensing check, that's absolutely fine. If the server wants to connect back to the WordPress, we are not there yet because the Playground runs in your web browser. But if you run Playground as a node application in a server-side setting, that should just work. So there are different flavors of Playground. In the in-browser one, we are more limited by the things browsers can do. There are some things at the intersection of the databases. So maybe if you have a very complex database query, we wouldn't be able to handle it just yet. We are working on improving that support to get to one-to-one feature parity, which is possible, but we need more developer hours to get to that point. Which plugin do you use? Like, what is your plugin? WooCommerce works in there. I didn't hear the other two, I'm sorry, but I think Elementor. I think Elementor, like they made one change recently that makes it also work. And one of the puzzle pieces around here is for Elementor. So go check it out. You may be surprised. Yeah, you're welcome.
Last question.
Hello, Alexander from Harbinger Marketing.
Hey there.
Thank you for the great talk. I have a quick question. Are there any limitations with custom development? For example, if we need to create a custom block for the site editor and the new block editor, will all features of Playground be compatible with custom blocks, or are there any limitations?
So when we use, like when we talk about all features, that's very hard, difficult to answer because how can you be sure about that, right? We would have to check everything. But there are complex blocks that work in Playground, and there's also, Playground is also used as a pull request previewer for WooCommerce, where they work on these commerce blocks, and for Gutenberg, where they work on new core blocks. And it's, sometimes there are kinks and we fix them, but it works really great. If you have a specific example in mind, I'm happy to talk about that.
For example, if we export our website to GitHub or somewhere else, we would work with custom blocks.
Yeah, we need to wrap it up. So I think connecting after is probably the best.
Would you like to talk about that?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's connect in a second.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you again, Adam.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
We have 11-minute break, and see you soon. Good morning, everyone. Can I ask everyone to be seated? We have arrived at the third talk for today in track 1. 2024, Pushing Default Themes Forward by Jessica Lischik. See, I nailed it. Is a front-end and WordPress developer at Grade. She's been doing that for 17 years, which ultimately led her to co-develop, co-lead our default 2024 theme. Anybody have used that? There is people who use it. Wonderful. Jessica will tell us all about how that journey is and all the wonderful things she learned from that. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. You actually took away my question. Damn it. Welcome, everyone. Just a quick overview of what Remkos just told you, in case you missed it or did not understand what he said, but he said it pretty well. So before I begin, I have to ask the same question again. Who here has experimented or even created a website with 2024 already? Raise your hand. Oh, quite a few. Awesome. And you're not alone with this, so the feedback has been amazing for TT4, as we also call it. And I have some quotes here from a couple people who have shared online what they think of it, that it's a match made in heaven, it is the best default theme ever, and it's a game changer. These are all like real comments from real people who have been trying out 2024. And I'm so happy that all the hard work of the contributors resulted in this theme being loved by so many people. But before we dive into 2024 itself, I would like to take you on a short trip down the memory lane and look at the previous default themes to help you understand like how or why 2024 came together as it is. So let's make it a bit fun, and you can guess the WordPress version which these default themes came with. Maybe you remember. But yeah, let's get it started. Who remembers this one? Oh, just a few hands. A few single hands. Which WordPress version? Does anyone know? It's actually WordPress version 1.0. And it's still downloadable from the WordPress repository. How about this one? How many remember this one? Yeah, a few more hands. We're getting there. And the WordPress version from this was 1.5 to 2.9. And it's also available in the theme directory still, so you can still download it and still use it. 2010 was the first of the 20 family to be created as a WordPress version. Who knows that one? No? A few more hands? And it came with version 3.0. So you may not notice a direct like rhythm in the version numbers yet, but this could come. 2011. How about that one? Oh, okay. We have a few more. Version 3.2. And this theme was the first one to have actually supported post formats, which had been added in 3.1, WordPress version 3.1. And yeah, 2012 has been around since WordPress version 3.5. 2013, 3.6. Yeah, it's a bit tedious, I know. But I want you to just quickly see all the default themes together in one row. 2014 was with WordPress 3.8. And this was the WordPress version that brought the new admin design, which is now 11 years old. And we still use it. But changes are coming. So 2015, yet another one. WordPress version 4.1. 2016, 4.4. 2017 was a bit different one than the previous ones. WordPress version 4.7. And this theme marked a different way of themes being created, because 2019 was shipped with WordPress 5.0, and we all know what else shipped with WordPress 5.0. It was the block editor, and this was the first theme that actually could work with the block editor. Then we had 2020, WordPress version 5.3. 2021, I also worked on this one. And we had 2022. And this was the first block theme, like the actual block theme as we know them today. Because previously we were all like what we call now classic themes. 2023 was the first theme that used community submissions as style variations, because previously all default themes were created beforehand by a designer. So we had this blank canvas, and we could add, the community was asked to add their own style variations. But before we move on, I would like to ask you a question. What do all these themes have in common besides being a default theme? Does anyone know? Or they're amazing. That's one good point. But yes, they all look like a blog. And WordPress has been known as a blog software like ever since. But over the past 2 decades, it evolved into so much more than just being a blog system or blog software. And you can use WordPress today for any kind of websites. You're totally not limited. With all the features that got added over time, you can run just a corporate website. You can run an e-commerce system with it. You can do a membership site, whatever you need. And maybe something even totally specific that does not cover any of the cases I just mentioned. And with the extensibility and the design versatility with themes, you can build any website that is more than just a simple blog. But according to a study by WP Engine, at the end of 2021, the WordPress economy was estimated to have a financial value of $635.5 billion. That's a heck lot of money. And this includes all things like hosting providers, plugin and theme providers, infrastructure, and other technology vendors that work with this. So there's a lot of money in this. And now here's the thing, you cannot tell me that this only comes from blogs. So sure, there's still a lot of blogs around, but WordPress would not have become the product it is today and be this successful if it would have been just blogs. So when you look at the 2020 family of the past, I think they did not reflect this versatility that much. Maybe 2017 and 2020 went into that direction to go a little bit more in this corporate website area, but that's it. And now here's the question. If WordPress is capable of being a software product that can be used for many different use cases, why did the previous default themes never really showcase that? And WordPress has already grown beyond being just a blog software. So why are default themes also important? They have been showcasing new functionality ever since, like I mentioned with 2011 with the post formats. And we're still bringing new features in every year into WordPress. So it's always a good thing to showcase that because WordPress is evolving so quickly. That one. And as in for new users, it is their first experience. If you have a new user that has never worked with WordPress before, this is the first thing they interact with. And I think most advice, unfortunately, out there is to just go and say, yeah, install WordPress, and then you install theme XYZ, because it's so much better than the default theme, which is actually a shame, to be honest. And I barely recommended anyone recommending a default theme to actually use it as a base to start working on a website. But it also serves as a resource of best practices for developers. For example, 2023 was really simple, and it didn't even have a functions PHP file, and because it's technically not needed anymore. But with 2024, we did something else. We added a functions PHP file again, and showed how you can achieve some functionality within that PHP file. And there's no right or wrong how you create a theme. It showcases just what's best possible. And it also depends on the use case you have and the type of functionality you need. And you can choose freely what you want to use or not use. And the default themes give you an idea of what is actually possible. So now we've looked back at the previous default themes, looked at WordPress in general and the importance of having a default theme. I hope it will be easier to understand now what my vision for 2024 was. I thought it was time to push the next default theme forward and showcase that it can be as versatile as the website that it needs to be built with. What are some common use cases? And how could amazing patterns look like? What could it look like having a default theme that just is as versatile? And can we create something that we give a wide variety of patterns and templates that users can mix and match? This was the overall idea behind this. So 2024 comes with 3 different use cases. Mainly, we focus on these 3. The business one on the left, the photographer/artist one in the center, and the blog one on the right. So don't worry, we did not completely break the rules here. We added a blog template. So you can still do a blog, of course. That's not a problem at all. And we also brought back the sidebar on the blog layout that has been missing for a couple of default themes before that. So it's now super easy. You want a blog? No problem. Want an artist's website? You can use 2024. Showcasing their work is super easy. Want to create a corporate website? You have various patterns that are helping you achieving that. And it has been created as a playground to experiment. And the patterns are so versatile. You can mix and match them however you want. You can change them however you want. And because they're patterns, you can make them totally your own. And before I show you some examples of how 2024 is used, like real-life examples, let's take a look first at some functionality that might be hidden a bit more, but that is present with 2024. So let's see how that works. So first we have this replacing feature where you can swap out a complete page, a complete template. So you open up this modal, and then you get presented with the matching patterns we created, and you can simply click on one, and it completely replaces what has been there before. So it's never been easier to actually change the overall look of a template this fast. Can we? Okay. Next thing is the large variety of patterns, as I've already mentioned it. There are a lot of patterns, and we've created them in a way that these patterns are really giving you a suggestion how could things look like, and being different from each other, so that if you need a pricing pattern, you have that. If you need newsletter sign up, you have that. If you need a gallery, you have that. So it's a very much different. We also added various footer patterns. So the bottom of your site or the end of your site can be totally different, whatever use case you have. And there's even patterns, 2 patterns actually, that are pulled from the WordPress.org pattern directory. So these are not physically in the theme itself as a PHP file in the patterns directory, but they are pulled from WordPress.org directly. And this is also one of the things that showcases how this new functionality is actually working. And another thing that is interesting is the various block styles that we have added to give a more design variety within the theme. And the most obvious one is the headings one, where you have like the regular heading, which is just a heading, and then we have the one with the asterisk, which you're seeing highlighted here. And this one was particularly challenging to achieve. We discussed it long, how we can actually make that happen, because how can we create this with accessibility in mind? Because every default theme gets the accessibility ready tag. So this was one of the more challenging points to happen. I will talk about this in a minute. And I think I have not seen another theme using block styles before at the heading block. So personally for me, this was a completely new thing to see. And then we have, as I mentioned, the very lightweight functions PHP file. So this doesn't sound like a brand new feature. It has been around forever. But you don't need it anymore. But you can use it if you want to achieve some things. And when I say, like, look at it at best practices, because it only has about 200 lines, it's very light. When I say best practices, or that it showcases that it could be used as a best practice, never take it as you have to exactly do it like this. This is just an option how you can use the functions PHP file. But it registers some functionality in here with 2024. We have the block styles. We have a custom block style sheet for the button variation, how you can make that happen in case you need it for whatever reason. And we register some pattern categories. And yeah, that's really not that much, but it's so interesting to see how you can achieve different things with it. And accessibility was also a major point. As I said, it gets the accessibility ready tag. And the great thing is that the input for accessibility already came very early in the development. So very early we were getting feedback, hey, these colors don't match, this doesn't work with screen readers, and a variety of things that popped up during development. And we were able to solve them in time. But as I said, it's everything, and we can look at it very proudly that we have achieved this. And yeah, the color contrasts were a thing that has been checked multiple times because sometimes some things also changed during development. And the heading asterisk block style was particularly the one, as I mentioned, that we have added via CSS, actually. And if you try to use a empty heading block just to display the icon, I have to disappoint you. It doesn't work. Because we made it happen that this icon will only show up if you actually use characters in the heading itself. So you cannot use the icon with an empty heading. This is for accessibility reasons, actually. And we also wanted to make sure that the heading structure in the page templates is in the right order, so that the headlines, the headings are H1, H2, H3, and not mixed all over the place. And yeah, that was a very, I've learned a lot during this development myself also. So now that I've shown you a bit the history, that I've shown you a bit the what is in 2024 actually, I want to show you some real websites that have been created with 2024. And maybe you will see some similarity to the design you have in your head when someone asks you what 2024 looks like. But these have changed quite a bit. So let's take a look. So this is the repository, a WordPress newsletter. And I think it was one of the first websites that actually migrated right after 6.4 was released. Who here thinks that it looks kind of still like 2024 a bit? Or maybe not? No hands? Okay. Looks a bit different, you say? Great. The next one is the Met report. I think this is a bit more recognizable as 2024 because of the overall setup with the header and especially the pattern where it says listen. This is one of the patterns we had. And it just, Matt, who created this website, changed the image, of course, but also the text. But it still can be recognized as being created with 2024. And Matt, who did this website, he also has several YouTube videos, which are super interesting, where he is working with 2024 and looking at it as someone who has never worked with it before. That's super interesting to see. This is also 2024. Totally doesn't look like it, but it's still 2024 under the hood. So you're totally not limited to design that is provided. And this is a great example of how differently a website can look like when you have the creativity in mind to make it your own. This is also 2024. This is Amber Hines' website. She's also a speaker here at the WordCamp. And Amber also wrote down how she recreated her old website with using 2024. And the interesting thing here is she was looking at it from an accessibility point of view. So her blog post is all about how can I, as a non-developer, recreate my previous website with 2024 and accessibility in mind. Super interesting to read, and I think she eliminated about 95% of accessibility errors on her website just by using this and slightly adjusting the colors, I think. So that's definitely a wonderful achievement. And of course, I also used 2024 on my own website. And compared to the previous examples, I kept mine very simple, just changing the colors and the fonts and some patterns. And I hope these examples gave you some inspiration for your next project and what you can actually do with 2024. And I'm proud of what all the contributors have achieved in the very short time of developing this theme. And we have created a solid default theme that you can and should make your own. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for some questions. The microphones are to my left and to my right, or I mixed those up.
Hey there.
Hi.
Thank you for your talk.
Thank you.
I want to give you some perspective from a tech blogger, you know, that does that for passion.
Mm-hmm.
I always like the idea of default themes, and you agree when you say that it should be a standard approach, right? Everyone should say, okay, I want that that theme. What I've noticed in the last years is that what I was saying from there is it's basic, because the more you go, the more you see that the last few years the themes that are really basic as a design. It's not a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Don't take it as a bad thing. I'm saying the design. So you'll see, for example, it doesn't have so much, you know, thing. It's good for every size. So it just there is not so many buttons, many many specific. I'm not sure if my point is understandable. I hope yes. But the thing is actually it's really standard. It should be like a bit more, you know, understandable that I use it. I found another block theme that have exactly that. I'm not connected with that. It's a free thing. I'm not going to tell the name here because I don't want to say we said that at the time. But I really hope for the next year to see a bit more. How can I say a bit more worked on. I'm not sure.
I think I get your point.
And last but not least, I wanted to say that no. Thank you so much for your time. Sorry if I spoke.
No, it's okay.
I was thinking with that. In the meantime, I was saying sorry.
No, okay. I think I know what you want to say. So yes, the design is fairly simple. I totally get that. The thing is, we only had 2.5 weeks to design it, or the designer had only 2.5 weeks. So I think, but for the time she had, she did an amazing job. But I totally get your point that a theme could also be more advanced in design, have have a more bold design. And Rich has been Rich Tabor has been collecting ideas yesterday at Contributor Day. And there is an official mood board for 2025 for the next default theme. So you can bring in any inspiration that you have to the next default theme and tell people like, hey, this would be a very nice thing to actually think about in the next default theme. Can we make it a more bold design? That's totally possible.
Thank you. I don't see anybody at the... Yeah, there is.
Hello.
Hi.
In the recent years, with all of those new possibilities appearing, how to customize the themes, to me, the question more and more arises how much the whole concept of a theme itself continues to make sense. If, like you just wonderfully showed, with just one theme, you can already create so many different styles. So, does WordPress even still need themes like that, this bundle thing, or should it just be an empty canvas, which you then just use patterns and all these kind of pieces to create what you need? I just was wondering what your thoughts are on this.
That's a very good question, thank you. I think that we should still have different themes, because you cannot put everything into one thing. You cannot put a super light website together with a very fancy designed website. You could, technically you could, but the question is, how can you make it easier for users? So if you overwhelm them with too many options, they will not use it. If you give them the opportunity to only use like a photography theme or only use a magazine theme, that's easier to customize and easier to like grasp what you can actually do with it, that they have a specific use case. And I think that's where it should focus, because then at the end of the day you will get in hundreds and thousands of patterns. The question is that useful for the user? I don't think so, because it would be too many options for the user to choose from. So that we have different themes, we can like condense down in this specific use case. If you have a photography blog where you show your photos, you do not need like a pricing page, for example, or pricing pattern in theory. You would not need two. So I think it's still a good idea to have different things going on within a theme. You can make it a theme like 2024. You can do a corporate website and a photography website, of course. But if you would only have one theme and would try to put everything into this, I think it would be too overwhelming for the user.
Thank you.
Yeah, next question.
Yes, hello, my name is Stefan from Switzerland.
Hi.
And hi, I appreciate very much your work.
Thank you.
And I have a little bit of experience that the websites are getting very fast responsive for a smartphone, and everybody is using a smartphone if you're sitting in a bus, in a train, and so on. But I don't see a theme which really put in the functions for communication, for making photos or something like that with WordPress. And I would know if you think about to make a theme which integrate more functions of smartphones today. Thank you.
Thank you, that's an interesting question. I think this slightly overlaps with functionality that a theme cannot cover, because the most functionality that how a theme works is actually done in the Gutenberg plugin, so it's in WordPress itself. A blog theme today is only a configuration file. Don't want to say it, but it's actually like it is. It's only a configuration file of what colors do you use, what fonts do you use, what are the spacings, how does a heading look like, how does I don't know, a quote block look like, whatever. You can all configure this in a theme, in the theme itself. But what you're talking about is, I guess, a bit more functionality, specifically for mobile. And this functionality cannot be covered by a theme. It has to be in WordPress itself. Okay.
Thank you. Bernard?
Was there something in the process of creating 2024 you would like to have in core already, or is there something you're looking forward to being available for 2025? So some of the features you would say, if I would only have this, it would be so much more amazing.
Hover styles.
Oh, yeah, hover styles, that's a good one.
Who else wants hover styles? Cool. Yeah, that would be great, because that was a point we were reaching during the whole process. Like the designer, Bea, she created a design that was beautiful and different hover styles for the buttons, and then we have to say, sorry, but WordPress cannot do hover styles. And that would be really great to see in 6.7.
Thank you. Yeah, go.
Hey, Jessica, this was really great, so awesome job today.
Thank you.
My question is about the next default theme. Is there like one thing or one vibe in particular that you would like to see in the upcoming default theme?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not sure if I have an answer to this. Otherwise, it should be great. You could design it, maybe. No, I think well, we have an earlier question here with being a bit more bold and a bit more, because 2024 had this calm vibe. And I think if we create something that has a bit more boldness to it, I think that would be a cool thing to do.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you so much. Jessica? One more? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. I think that went right. If you're leaving and you have a cup here or any other type of trash, please take it outside of this room and put it in the well, thank you. Good afternoon. Can I ask everybody to find a seat? Because we're about to start the last presentation of the morning-ish. Next up is Benjamin Evans, and he is a training team faculty member and team rep. He is sponsored by Automatic. So everything that you know that's part of learn.wordpress.org, he'll share us a lot of information about that, like what is the past, what's the current status, what's the future. That's not all. He's going to explain us a lot more about something that is called learning pathways. I'm personally really excited about that. So please help me welcome to the stage Benjamin Evans.
Hello everyone. 皆さんこんにちは。I'm from Japan. I'm Ben, and I've been looking forward to introducing the Learn WordPress website and our new type of content, Learning Pathways, with you. So thank you for joining this session, and let's dive into it. So there are a few buttons on this. Am I pushing the right one? Nope. Nope. You'll remember me as the person who couldn't move through the slides. This one, all right. There we go. All right, so, hi. Thank you. All right, so I'm Ben, and I am a community education manager at Automatic. I have been working at Automatic for 5 years now. I became a training team representative last year. In the training team reps represent the team for 2 years. So I'm the rep for 2023 and 2024. And I built my first WordPress website in 2014. So this year marks my 10th anniversary using WordPress. So that's a pretty big milestone for me. The WordCamp organizing committee has uploaded everybody's slides to this schedule on the homepage. So if you go there, you'll be able to download the slides already, follow along. You can find me on social media with Bisan Evans. I tweeted my slides there a moment ago as well. So if you connect there, you'll be able to follow along with the slides right now through this presentation. All right, so Learn WordPress is one of the most exciting projects in WordPress that you could get involved with today. Now, there are 23 teams in the WordPress project. Each team looks after multiple different projects and initiatives. But I am here to tell you that training's Learn WordPress project is the most exciting, most rewarding, and has the biggest impact on the future of WordPress. So hopefully in the next 30 minutes, you'll be able to understand that, and you'll join us in making Learn WordPress even better. So I want to start off by giving you a big picture goal of what Learn WordPress is. In January this year, Matt Mullenweg, the co-founder of WordPress, published a blog post on the WordPress official blog, and he mentioned there are 4 big gateways that bring people into the WordPress community. Now, when we say community here, what we're talking about is the center blue circle you see. So the big red circle represents the broad user base of WordPress. So everybody in the world who touches WordPress, they are in that red circle. In the blue circle, these are the people who contribute to WordPress, maintain WordPress, and in a sense, evangelize WordPress to the world. So if you attend a local meetup, if you attend a WordCamp like you're doing right now, you are part of the blue circle WordPress community. And there are many different ways people move in from the red circle into the blue circle, but there are 4 major gateways that Matt introduced in January this year. They were the 5 for the Future initiative, internationalization, data liberation, and Learn WordPress. So I won't go into too much detail, but just to give you a quick overview of what these are, 5 for the Future is an invitation for people who benefit from WordPress to give back to WordPress. There's a figure, 5%, which is a goal that each company or individual can work towards. But really, whatever time you can give back to build WordPress and make it sustainable would contribute to the future of WordPress here. Internationalization isn't just the translation of WordPress, but making sure WordPress is available in all of its forms to all the communities around the world. So not just the software, but the documentation, the support, the events, the community around it, making sure all of this is localized so that anyone, anywhere in the world who speaks any language can be part of WordPress. Data liberation is building a system where you can get data from one application to another application without getting it locked in. And that's why it's called liberation. So it could be downloading posts from one social media into another platform. It could even just be migrating a WordPress site from one host to another host, but making that seamless, and WordPress being that middleman who can transport your data from one place to another. And finally, we get to Learn WordPress, and this is what we're really going to be talking about today. Learn WordPress is a growing education platform, which I'll introduce you in a moment, and this is what I am really invested in at the moment, and I think there is a huge potential for it to become even greater. All right, so Learn WordPress. Learn WordPress is the website you will find at learn.wordpress.org. You would download WordPress from wordpress.org, so you just add learn at the beginning, learn.wordpress.org. And this is Learn WordPress. The goal of Learn WordPress is to be the go-to resource when learning and teaching about WordPress. So at the moment, if you were to do a, say, Google search, you would find lots of different people in the community with blog posts, with tutorials, with videos, introducing WordPress. And these are all great contributions. But sometimes you want to hand your clients or your community resources that don't have that flavor of another company. You want it to be produced by WordPress, vanilla WordPress, which you can give to these people. For example, say you built a website for your client and you hand that website to them. If they are a very first time WordPress user, you would have to explain to them what posts are, what pages are, how to use the site editor, how they need to edit their content. And if you have multiple clients, you probably do this regularly. Every time you give a new site, you explain the same thing over. Wouldn't it be great if there was, say, an online course produced by WordPress that did all that for you? So you could give that one course to your clients. You don't have to worry about advertising or them getting pulled away to other products. There's this one course produced by WordPress that introduces the basics of WordPress usage to them. Here's another use case. Maybe you're an advanced designer, you have tons of experience designing, and you want to use the newest and latest features of WordPress to make your designs even better. Wouldn't it be great if there was a resource you could take as that advanced designer to even level up your design game further? Maybe you have a company that extends WordPress, whether it be through plugins or themes, and you hire new developers to work on your team. Wouldn't it be great if there was a resource you could share with them that would take them through the basics, then the intermediate stages, and then the advanced stages of WordPress development? That training new employees takes a lot of time and effort. Wouldn't it be great if there was something on WordPress that did that for you? The answer to all of these is Learn WordPress. And what we are building right now answers to each of those needs. Now, before we dive into Learn WordPress a bit more, I also want to introduce the training team. So I am a training team representative. What does the training team do exactly? So the training team the training team is one of the 23 teams within the WordPress project, and we are tasked with managing the Learn WordPress website and producing content there. The training team has been around longer than I've been using WordPress, actually. The team was founded in 2013, and then they've been making content for over 10 years now. In 2020, the Learn WordPress website was launched, and that was entrusted to the training team. And now the training team is preparing a relaunch of the Learn WordPress website scheduled for next month, which will have a brand new design, new site architecture, new content, catered to the needs of the WordPress community. So when we talk about Learn WordPress, we talk about the website, and when we talk about the training team, we're talking about the volunteer team behind the website maintaining and building it. All right. So the training team has been around for over 10 years. Let me give just a little bit of history of how Learn WordPress came to be, and that will help you understand where we are going from here on. So the history of Learn WordPress. We started as a resource for meetup organizers, and then during the COVID pandemic, the main audience changed from instructors to learners. Content type has increased, and the site continues to grow. So in 2013, meetup organizers started to voice a need for fresh content. They'd been hosting local meetups for many years. They were starting to run out of ideas, and they needed new resources to help them continue to teach and grow their local communities. And that's when the training team was formed. So the training team started creating lesson plans. These are printable plans where meetup organizers can take, and it gives them somewhere between 15 to 90 minutes of content they could then just host in their meetup and teach people the newest and greatest features of WordPress. So these lesson plans were based on American educational principles, and they were hosted on GitHub. This GitHub website, wptrainingteam.github.io, is still live, so you can still go there and see the 100+ lesson plans the training team created. But these have also all been ported now into the Learn website as well, so you can get the same content from the Learn WordPress website directly. So for many years, the training team were creating lesson plans for instructors, but then something big happened, the COVID pandemic. The training team was focused on creating content for meetup organizers, but then meetups stopped happening. And so people stopped gathering together, and the need for lesson plans decreased. The WordPress project then realized they needed to create an online learning platform that would fill in the gap, the void that occurred because of the pandemic. Meetups used to be the primary place people came to learn about WordPress, and that was no longer happening. And so Learn WordPress launched as a way to replace that, where people can come online and learn, continue to learn about WordPress. So the need shifted. The need to produce content for instructors shifted to a need to produce content for learners, and that's how Learn WordPress was born. So between the year 2020 and 2021, the training team started to produce new types of content. These included lesson plans, which are those teaching instructions, tutorials, which are 5 to 10 minute video content, online workshops, which are generally an hour-long interactive live sessions you can attend generally via Zoom, and online courses. So as the need grew, the training team started to create more content types and hosted all this on the Learn WordPress website. So that's a bit of history, and now we come to Learn WordPress today. So in 2023 alone, the training team continued to publish 31 lesson plans, 78 tutorials. We hosted 274 online workshops, and we published 7 new courses. So all up now, the Learn WordPress website hosts 143 lesson plans. So you could have more than 100 local meetups with these lesson plans if you want. The ideas are there. We have over 220 tutorial videos, each 5 to 10 minutes long, teaching you some feature or something you can do with WordPress. Online workshops, 274. So that is almost one a day, one every day or two. The workshop that got the most attendees in 2023 had 161 people in it. And so this was an hour-long interactive session where they could ask questions. And what's good about online workshops is the facilitator isn't necessarily the person who answers all the questions. The people in the session can answer each other's questions, and it's a social learning experience. And online courses, there are 29 all up. And so if you were to consume the Learn WordPress content, how long would it take? Currently, if you were to spend 1 hour a day going through Learn WordPress, consuming some type of content, it would take you 6 months to go through all the content on Learn WordPress. If you were to watch the online workshop recordings as well, it would take you 14 months to go through the content we host there. So that is a lot of educational content. This year, between January and May, we had 546,000 unique visitors to the Learn WordPress website. I had a look, the population of Turin is about 800,000, 850,000, so we've almost reached the population of Turin visiting our website. Video views, we've had 90,000 video views, we've had 4,700 people enroll in our courses, and each of these pieces of content are tracked in GitHub. In the 5 months so far, the training team has created 312 GitHub issues, and we've closed 318 issues as well. I know some teams, you feel like you're creating more issues than you're closing them. The training team is somehow staying on top of everything, and we're closing just as much as we're creating. So Learn has a bit of a history, and what we're finding is there are some challenges we're running into. So the Learn WordPress website was put together during the pandemic, and we started adding new types of content. And so our learners are telling us that it's hard to find the content they're actually looking for. So they might be intending to find a video resource, but they end up on a lesson plan. Or they were hoping for an online course, which they could take in their own time, and the content they were looking for was only in an online workshop. And so all these different types of content are confusing our users and making it difficult for them to find what they need. The target audience of the site is also unclear because there's a history of where we were making content for instructors and then that moved to learners. It's a bit confusing for people who don't understand that. Content topics haven't been curated systematically, so we've sort of been making things that are needed in the moment without having a big picture view of where we want to take our learners. And the site setup makes it difficult to translate content. So what we'd really like to do is produce all this content in multiple languages so you can learn WordPress in your own language, but at the moment the site setup doesn't really allow that. So Learn WordPress has a huge potential here to bring the WordPress users into the WordPress community, but we need your help to get there. So there are 3 big visions we have for Learn WordPress. The first one is to create content that addresses the needs of the learners. The second one is to design a site that puts the learner experience first. And the third one is to seek further development based on learner data. So these all seem like typical goals you would have when creating a site. And we have the same goals even for the Learn WordPress website as well. There we are. All right, so just to quickly recap, the focus of the site has transitioned. For a long time, it was instructors. Then during the pandemic, as we started to add new content types, the focus was really on the content creators. We were trying to put a process in place where content creators could quickly and easily produce lots of content to meet the big need that was in the community. But now we are realizing that Learn WordPress is really there to serve the learner. And so we are shifting our focus and clearly aiming for the learners. Doesn't mean we will still create content for instructors. We still want our processes to be considerate of content creators. But the focus of Learn is going to be the learner. With the new site redesign we're doing next year, we are actually reducing the types of content on the site as well. So until now, we've had 4 different content types. We are reducing this to just courses and online workshops. This is good for a few reasons. First of all, it makes site maintenance a lot easier. If you have less content types you have to monitor and update. But it also makes it easier for the user because they know what they can expect when they search for the content they're looking for. And then we come to content focused on learner growth. And this is where I take us all back to the few examples I shared at the beginning. If you're an agent who builds a site and you want to give resources to your clients that help them understand the basics of WordPress, or if you're a designer who wants to level up in designer skills. Learn WordPress and the training team have identified that the biggest need the WordPress community has is to move in their skill knowledge from one level to another. So beginners want to become intermediates. Intermediates want to become experts. And until now, we've really been creating content that meets an immediate need in the moment. We are shifting our focus to creating learning pathways that take learners through that journey. So when you come to the Learn WordPress website, what you're seeing here now is a demo of the site redesign happening right as we're speaking. You'll see the first thing you're introduced to at the very top is, who are you? Are you a user? Are you a designer? Are you a developer? Are you a contributor? And depending on who you are, we will have learning pathways catered to your needs, your skill level, to help you move up to the next skill level. I am proud to announce that the Beginner WordPress User Learning Pathway, the first learning pathway on Learn, was published last month, and already we are seeing an increase in traffic to Learn because of this learning pathway. So the Beginner WordPress User Learning Pathway, this is the learning pathway you as an agency can share with your clients when you hand them the website you just built. You can give this course to them, and that will walk them through these initial steps that every WordPress user has to go to in order to be able to use the site. Getting started with WordPress, what is it exactly? Gain a familiarity with the WordPress interface. What is site editing? What is content creation? The basics of security, spam, and backups, SEO, and finally, where can you get help if you get stuck? This is the QR code to the Beginner WordPress User Learning Pathway. I will pause for just a moment so you can take a picture of this. As anything else in open source, it is completely free. You can give this out to as many people as you need. You can go through it yourself. There's just under 3 hours of content in the beginner learning pathway here. So somewhere between 2.5 and 3 hours to just get you up to speed with the basics of WordPress so then you can dive into your site and actually create the content. Take your time. I will wait for people to lower their hands. So if you need to take a picture, go ahead. Again, it's 3 hours of content, so don't start going through it now. Wait another, 10 minutes until my presentation is over, and then you can start. But we are really excited. There will be 4 learning pathways published by the time the site redesign launches next month. We have 3 more learning pathways scheduled to be published by the end of the year, and then we'll have, again, another 5 to 10 learning pathways published next year. So the training team are really excited to get this out. Here we go. 9 learning pathways have been mapped, so we have the curriculum built out for the first 9 learning pathways, with more to come afterwards. Our first audiences are users, developers, and designers, and we have beginner, intermediate, and expert learning pathways for them. For developers, we split it out even further, so for plugin developers and theme developers. So there's a lot of interesting content coming. I won't go into detail here, but something else we're doing with the site redesign next month is simplifying the site architecture. So what you see on the left is what Learn has been. What you see on the right is the site we're becoming. You'll notice on the left, there are the pink boxes are pages. And so there's a page at the bottom. You have to click through 4 pages before you can finally reach. What's even worse is there are 2 pages on the right there which aren't even in the main site tree. So really, that is a really, it's a terrible site architecture. But what we have on the right is a much more simplified architecture which will help our users find the content they are looking for. We are redesigning the site to make it user-centric. So we have been researching other educational websites out on the web, and we are taking learnings from how they design their websites, and we are importing those ideas into Learn to make it visually appealing and clear guidance for people when they land on the site. And finally, we want to do further development based on data. So this whole site redesign is actually based on data as well. The training team 2 years back took an individual learner survey where we surveyed over 500 people all across the globe about their learning needs and how best they learn. And from that, that's how we identified these learning pathways were the biggest need the community needed. And so we use data to make these informed decisions to redesign the site, but we really want to continue using data from here on as well. Understand what content users are really appreciating, what they're learning from, what they're engaging with, etc. So this is where Learn WordPress is today, and we need you. Once again, Learn WordPress is one of the 4 big gateways that WordPress users join the WordPress community. This is really important because, as we heard in the keynote this morning, open software needs to be sustainable. And if that community continues to shrink, the sustainability of the project diminishes as well. So Learn WordPress, we want to help WordPress users understand WordPress and use WordPress, but we also want to show them how they can contribute back to WordPress and join the community also. In order for the training team to do this, we are looking for talent. We are looking for people that have any of these skills. You can be a script writer, you can be a content creator, you can be a reviewer, a video editor, a translator, a designer, a developer, a marketer, an SEO specialist, an accessibility specialist, or a data analyst, or even just a tester to go through the content and give us feedback about how we're doing. The biggest way you can help the Learn WordPress initiative is, first of all, spread the word about the Learn WordPress relaunch. Learn WordPress has been around for around 3-4 years now, but we are doing a whole site makeover, and we'll be relaunching next month. So get the word out that this great thing is coming. The beginner learner user learning pathway is a taste of what you can expect. And then join the training team. Come and join us. We have a lot of tasks that go into creating high quality content, and we need your help in order to do that. So, you want to get involved. What should you do next? This is the second and last QR code. I'll be sharing my slide presentation. So again, you can take your photos. The training team has an onboarding program to guide you into each of those tasks I showed on the previous slide. If you want to get involved, come and take this onboarding program. For those who don't have a smartphone, the URL is make.wordpress.org/training/handbook/getting-started. So take this training team onboarding course. It will tell you where we communicate, how we communicate, what the team's visions are, the different areas of contribution. And actually, by the end of onboarding, you would have made your first contribution to the Learn WordPress project. So please go ahead and take this onboarding program. If you're already part of the WordPress Slack, you will find us in the training channel. So you can come into the training channel, let us know what your experience was going through Learn WordPress, give us your feedback. We are always open to hear what you thought. And so I return to that very first slide I shared. Learn WordPress is one of, if not the most, exciting project in the WordPress that you can get involved with today. I'm Ben Evans. It's been a pleasure speaking to you, and I look forward to seeing you in the training team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. That was a wonderful insight in what a lot of people are going to need.
Yes.
learn WordPress. We have the opportunity to have some questions, so the microphones are to the left and right. First one's already up. Please introduce yourself and
Hello, thank you. My name is Torbjörn Fjellner, or just Toby. I'm a global mentor for the Polyglots team. So I have at least 2 questions for you. Number 1, how much content do you already have in other languages than English, and what languages? And second question is, of course, how we can streamline the translation process. I see now and then requests for translation review that seem to be hanging, and there seem to be a hurdle sometimes of things happening perhaps too much on the GitHub and so on.
Yep. So the first question was how much content is already translated. Sorry, I don't have the number in my mind right now, but there are about 20 languages represented on Learn WordPress. So 20 languages that have at least one piece of content translated. The difficulty is, for example, a video piece of content is a lot more difficult to translate than a text piece of content. So something we're encouraging translators to work on at the moment is to host online workshops in their own language. So these are interactive live sessions, almost like meetups, local meetups, but hosted online. At the moment, Japanese is actually the most active in this. We have 1 or 2, I think, Japanese online workshop every month or 2 happening. We have Bengali online workshops happening. We've had Greek online workshops in the past. So if you are interested in producing content for Learn, I'd say right now, the most impactful way to do that is by hosting an online workshop. And if you take our onboarding program, we'll tell you how you can get involved with that. Ideally, we would love to see online courses translated as well. And so we are currently looking into installing a translation plugin on Learn, even as a quick way to, until phase 4 of Gutenberg development, some way we can translate content now. That is, again, there's a GitHub issue open, it's working, it's being processed. So that is the next step. So online workshops are the most impactful, and then we should be able to translate courses soon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Laura Byrne. I'm from the United States. I'm a meetup and WordCamp organizer, and I've been working with WordPress since 2006, so I think that makes me a pioneer. I don't think I've seen such a lucid and well thought out presentation for people who are not coders to contribute. Thank you for that. I think this is also a great way for the new folks to get on board. As somebody who's primarily a content creator, bravo.
Thank you so much.
I'm just always thinking about the new people who come into my meetup and they have questions and they don't know what something is called. And it's awfully hard to find the resource when you don't know the name of the thing you want to do. Is there some thought of a glossary or a contact us? I'm always struck by the fact there is never a simple CTA contact us anywhere in WordPress.org. Granted, that makes more work for volunteers. But for those newbies coming in for ground zero, what are the thoughts of the people who are brand new, never been there, and are just here saying, help me?
Yep.
What are some of the thoughts?
Yeah, so I introduced the outline of the beginning user learning pathway, and you saw the last module there is how to get help. I think online courses miss that step often, and so we made sure we included that there. What you just mentioned gave me a thought, though, what if somebody needs help before they get to that last module? And I think that's something we can actually look into. Again, there's concerns about making more work for volunteers and how we would do that, but that's an idea I would love to take back to the training team and see what ideas they have. Each of our content has a give us feedback link in the content. So if you found like an error or an outdated screenshot or something, we've tried to make it easy for people to let us know about that. But even just having a glossary even sounds like a really good idea, a glossary on Learn. I think that's something we can definitely consider. So thank you for the idea. And thank you for the compliment as well. I myself aren't a developer either. So I'm glad you appreciated the presentation and the different pathways that were introduced there, so thank you.
Hey, hello. First of all, I'm very happy that WordPress invests a lot of resources inside education, and it looks amazing. The question is regarding more like whether WordPress considered to create like certificates, like for example AWS doing or Magento doing to help like the hiring process or HR or customers to be able to identify whether someone done the learning path and is like he know what to do.
Yep. So have we considered certifications once they've taken the content? So at the moment, if you complete a course on Learn, your WordPress.org profile actually lists that you have completed that course.
Like a badge, yeah.
Like a badge, yeah. So all the courses you take are recorded there. Certification is definitely a conversation that has come up. It has come up, from what I understand, even before I joined the training team. It's a topic that has come up a number of times. It is a great idea, and if we're going to do it, we want to do it great. And so this is definitely something we need to continue talking about. I think the site redesign and the introduction of learning pathways is a way to build up to that potentially in the future. Until now, we haven't had a structured pathway for people to learn to even then consider certifications at the end. So the learning pathway is the way of us organizing the learning journey for a user. And I think once we launch this and get user feedback, then we can always revisit certifications and see what we can do next.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, if there are no more further questions, thank you again, Ben, for a wonderful presentation.
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
I agree with Laura's comment. Most excellent.
Hello. Welcome, everybody. WordCamp Europe 2024 edition. How's it going? Yes, that's good. How was lunch? Did you guys eat lunch here or did you go out? I heard some of you went to McDonald's. I don't know about that. I don't know if you go to Italy and you eat McDonald's. I just don't know about that, but it's all good. So welcome. This is the afternoon sesh, day 1, Friday. We have great talks. I was going to talk about a product talk, but we have great talks in store for you all. So before we get to that, we're going to give a couple of announcements. The big one that everybody wants you to know about are the golf carts. Has anybody used golf carts yet? Yeah, okay. Yes. So they're located in front of track 3 and track 2 over there. Yes, over there. And thanks for the nods. And they will take you from the ends of the earth to the ends of the earth. And by that I mean Lingotto. So do use those. You don't have to walk. And then we really want you to know about yoga. Did anyone do yoga this morning? What? I was looking right over here and you raised your hand. That's awesome. So it's happening again tomorrow. Tomorrow from 9 to 10, there'll be yoga and double checking where it is in the wellness and gamed area of Hall 3. So there's 15 spaces available. So show up at bright and early if you want to get in. Otherwise, you could be off to the side, but it's all good. That's pretty much it for announcements. So we're going to go to our first talk of the afternoon, and that's Tammy Lister. Yep, thank you. Her talk is The Art of Product. And I was telling her earlier that she doesn't need an introduction because everybody knows Tammy, and she insists it's not true, but I'm saying it is true. I'm sure everybody's heard of Tammy. She is, I'll give the actual bio, but a product creator focusing on WordPress. She has a hybrid background across product design, psychology, and development. She contributes to WordPress and is passionate about open source, community, and drinking tea. So everybody help me welcome Tammy.
So thank you. You most likely have your own definition of what is art and what is product. And everyone has different backgrounds and bring those into this room, into this talk. Myself, I spend my days creating products in collaboration with others and also empowering others to create. And my own background is a hybrid one, also in roots in art. And this talk is one which is actually quite personal because I've gained that perspective from art that I've brought into making product. And that's what I'd like to share today. I want to begin by looking at what is art and what is product, and then how art is created and where the differences are, and moving on to where the similarities are. And I'm going to end with sharing how when creating products, we can benefit from the practices in creating art. But this all starts with some definitions. So, spoiler, it's not easy to define art. There are countless arguments and debates strewn across courses and essays and academic halls around this. If you study art, months and months are spent trying to answer what is art and actually eventually coming to the answer that no one really can define that, and there's a lack of definition. But it doesn't stop that, or we shouldn't pause there and give up. There is a way to start having an understanding in a common language, and that's really around what is and what isn't. So Sister Wendy's quote focuses a bit more on what art can be and can encompass, and the boundaries of that practice. And there's a better definition of taste, and whereas the what art debates tend to get more complex and fun and long, it really is easier to do this because art is wide, covering a lot of the beholder's perspective. Product, on the other hand, is more narrow. It's easier to define. It has a more precise application. However, the concept is offered here, particularly where market is quite wide. Similarly, the desire piece of this can be interesting to dive into. A product is made available for market, and you reach a desire or a need, and that is far more than the exact or the creation aspect of art. And it's worth also defining, and I want to be very clear here, that art isn't design. You can think about it in these terms, and of course there's going to be some debate, there always is amongst these things. Design requires a function, and art does not. Art can have a function, but it doesn't require one. Design is results-driven, and art doesn't need to be. Again, it can be, though, and some artists create boundaries on purpose. So now we've looked at, or I've tried to come to some understanding of how I'm going to be framing this, at least with some of these definitions. I want to move into considering the creative processes. How do things get even made in art? And then we can move on to products. Art is a process, not a product, is a very bold quote to particularly add to this. But what does it mean, though? A process is something you go through. It's not an object, it's a flow, often not focused on the end result. In many senses, art is just doing. There's a phrase that you might have heard before, art for art's sake. After all, there is importance in both. There is value in the creative space. And if we create products without creative process or that lack of input, they lack. We can all sense that. We've all had or used those products that have that. There's a feeling of function without heart or consideration. And when there's too much creating or too much art or too much consideration, this creative overworking, we've also tried to use products that have had that and experienced products either side of those scale. So this could be seen as a visualization of the creative process. You start, things kind of happen, and they're often oblique and not transparent, maybe a little frenzied, and at the end is a piece of art. Ta-da! That's not a very satisfactory process, though, right? Since you can't really learn from this, you can't really get any meaning from this at all. The messy middle is truly messy if it's seen like this. Some play on this almost mystical nature of this creative process, wanting it to seem this illusion of grandiose. That said, it is a process, so let's look a little bit more into what it can be defined as. So defining the creative process isn't new, and many have done it even in studies. Mason Ward in 2002 conducted interviews with artists and developed a process model for art making with these 4 steps. Artwork conception, idea development, making the artwork, an idea, development, and finishing the artwork. In declaring the process, they claimed that most artists actually used a process. They weren't the first to define, and they certainly aren't going to be the last to do that. But their work had some really interesting aspects when we're looking at the theme that artists follow throughout their career. And that said, I'd like to kind of build on this and share an iteration, building on some of the experiences that I've also had. So a key part of this adaptation of this process is it draws on what is taught in art, because art is taught as a process. People don't just start in day one knowing how to do everything. Students are exposed to different methods at a foundation level, and then they find their paths. Each might have variations, but the core path more or less simmers down to these 5 steps: inspiration, percolation, getting prepared, creation, and reflection. Most projects, and in product, and also when you create art, have a discovery period. And in art, you're almost in a perpetual discovery period. You're gathering constantly into your sketchbook. If it's a particular project, you're gathering maybe the insights particular for that. The input is key. Maybe you go wide at the beginning and then you narrow in. You are opening your mind and your brain to as many inputs as possible. So the next one is percolation. This is where you take all that great information and you distill it down. You plot it out. You decide what fits, what doesn't, trying it on for size. And from there, you might even need evidence, or you find out what sparks into research and even ideas. You're letting it sit with you. And then you are getting prepared. Setting up to paint something is almost a ritual experience for many artists. They will lay out their tools one by one, squeeze paints onto the palette waiting to be used. Then each brush is laid out, the water poured into a pot. Then they sit, they breathe, and then they can begin. Being prepared is the breath at the start before you take a leap. Taking note of that is an important part of the creative process, and it's important to have at the beginning before creation, after discovery provides the flow. Sometimes creation looks like that tangle mesh shared earlier, that messy middle. And that aha moment at times seems lost until you find it. We've all had that. But this can be calm, and it's often not the easiest process to go through. Having patience, though, when creating is key as you work through these options. And then finally, we end with reflection. This, in the previous example, was finish, but reflection fits as this ensures you get to the finish and pause. Checking before release and letting out that breath. Personally, and lots of people do this, they build a micro kind of creative loops from prepared to reflection into their processes. So they're kind of doing that little release cycles as well. So simpler frameworks, and there's going to be multiple different ones, might say find and transform and share. But there are multiple ways to do this. And as I continue in this talk, you'll hopefully see how these can be expanded into your product work as well. A few important additions to this flow that I haven't directly called out yet, but I'm going to later, are evaluation, iteration, and adaptation. These process loops often repeat, and baking in repeating loops is one way to ensure that the processes build up towards release. You're gaining that information and you're iterating. In short, artists' process vary, but the creative process exists and has a flow from start to finish. You don't just do the messy middle and then ta-da, it happens. So it's worth noting about processes that artists don't just day one get it. They don't just turn up knowing how to create a masterpiece. That's not how this works. Often the creative process is taught. In fact, most of the time it is. And even their creative vision or theme they're working on takes, as noted here in this study, up to 12 years to form. The expectation often when seeing a formed artist that this just happened is unfair. And likewise, we can't judge products or those making it on their first product or even their second or third iteration. We need to have that art and that practicing of products themselves. Just like art needs to be learned, so does making products. So often the term art practice is used to describe the way art is created. The practice is the way the work is gone about, but it goes beyond the doing and might influence the materials, the tools, and even the critical approach that happens. It includes intentions, choices, actions, and ways of working, and also processes. Forming a practice is key to an artist, and I would argue the same for anyone creating products. Sharing work early is a term often said in the work that we do, particularly within open source. In art, the practice of sketchbooks establishes and fosters this along with feedback. Much like working in a team or an open source project, sharing is and thinking is done in safe places that art establishes. In the first year when creating art, if you're being taught, you get to learn a wide range of foundations. You're trying on all these different mediums to see which ones or one might be the one that you want to try and practice. You're learning about them. You're trying them on to see. And then in the years later, you refine them to find the one or the collection of them that fit. This leads you to your final year, the final pieces, and you start to make the final steps towards what will be your art practice. It forms by trying on those range of different ones, not just by waking up and knowing that it happens. You don't just from day one go, aha, this is what I'm doing. You're practicing. Creating a product has a practice to it also. There are recognized disciplines, processes. Those making products also get vast benefits learning and listening to others. There are a lot of frameworks and flows, but today I'm going to share the product flow that more or less simmers down what most typically use. It's worth noting that terms change for this. Countless blog posts and articles and theories have been written about this, but it kind of boils down to definition, ideation, preparation, creation, and testing. So it starts with definition. Here you are defining what you're creating. This is understanding, being aware of what doing. After all, when you walk into a room, you kind of assess the room before you walk forward. Often this can come from research, but it is where you start to be aware of the problem space. You feel those. As part of this, you define what there is and what there isn't. Jumping into this kind of phase into creating is adorable, absolutely, but often doesn't result in a clear product at the end. And we've all been there, absolutely, when we make products. We've all just jumped into just making. So this discovery session without a clear definition formed is essential. Then you have ideation. Ideation without definition is a clear differential between art and product. For example, in art, you often are defining for experimentation. With product, due to resources, you're more likely to have a case proven before scheduled. From what tech you need to what marketing campaign you're having, products need preparing for as you're creating. And you do this now before the flurry of creation. You're doing that preparation. And then creation. This is often after ideation, and I will note how many product flows merge these two processes together. Many see creation as also prototyping. By calling it creation, ideation and prototyping are, and I feel personally, should be unique. Ideation goes wide, and prototyping hones in on the ideation that's actually the best one to go for. And then finally, the testing. I can't stress this enough, how important testing is in this flow. Often testing can be seen as a loop return back to the beginning. It's important to poke your hypothesis. More or less, that is a similar process to the creative process. But let's look where the distinct differences between creating art and products are, and then move on to finding where these more similar pieces are and when you can learn from them. The process of creating art and creating products is different, as I said, but Goldsworthy is an artist that heavily inspires me. And this quote means a lot to me personally, because it differentiates between where I see product and art. There is a difference for me. That doesn't mean that there isn't a process. It means the reasons or the meaning of the piece. Even without a theory of the piece, there are still methods and practices. So Goldsworthy, the pieces that he creates are often in nature, and he needs to have and declare some really clear processes and structure to what he is creating. But the difference between products and art is that art can be created beautifully just because. A product has reasons. If it doesn't, it is well art, and that's okay. Art can take many, many different forms. Time being unimportant as a factor in art can often be a misconception. There are, however, different pressures absolutely on products and art. Often time is not on the product maker's side. The pressure of release looms, and the phrase time is money is often at the forefront. Compared to where in art, it often feels like time can be taken where canvases can sit, wait, and inspiration can strike. Those creating products almost have to have inspiration on tap. Art could be said to be the expression of the artist, and if that is the case, then products are often delivered through data, an expression of a need. This doesn't mean art can't be created through data, far from it. It does mean that products, unlike art, typically respond to data and even iterate in versions after release. It isn't so typical to see that in art. Art tends to be released once without iterations, although some pieces do break that rule. So this slide sums up the key differences. Product is about getting the job done, achieving the need, and often the need is outlined in the customer diving, exploring the requirements. The reality is that pleasing isn't the only success metric, and sometimes being unpleasing can win if you get the job done. Art, on the other hand, has to connect in some way to the viewer. It doesn't have to please, often choosing to connect with a different emotion, but the connection can be a measure of success. But what can we learn where the paths cross and where they are the same? Both art and product have principles and foundations to follow. We've talked about, and I've talked about the process, but even a loose creative process is one followed. When you create a product, probably the biggest thing you can do is not, as in a problem, is not document your creation process. Establishing that and logging is key to refining how you make. I'd encourage trying other practices also on for size, seeing what might work along the way. Learn and establish with those creating your own product path, collaborating together. And as we move into this area, I want to focus on 4 areas particular where we can bring those practices into where we're making product. And these are be yourself, focus, process, and experiment. So being yourself as a product might seem a little bit peculiar to say when thinking about, but it's incredibly true. This is as much about being yourself as knowing when to be different enough and when to be blending in. USPs are great, and being cute can be cool, but it's also about being measured and appropriate. Overly cute when a problem arises and doesn't sit well with an experience flow doesn't always work. Even the Twitter farewell lost its appeal over time. Artists are often identified by their unique capabilities. Having a unique product idea might be hard, often difficult, or often seems impossible in certain spaces, but having your own identity and voice in dealing with it is something to craft. Also be human. Generations have learned to see through corporate layers. The business cynicism is a reality now. Admit when you fail, just enough, but don't overly emotion. This isn't an opportunity to overshare, and your product isn't your Dear Diary. Artists, by their nature of work, focus, often at the cost of the world around them. Whilst that approach isn't recommended to product making, what is needed is setting boundaries, a clear goal, a vision of what's creating, a roadmap and clarity of what releasing. It's ideal to set in focus times for creation. An existing product needs maintenance, promotion, and tending to. Nurturing, just like a garden, and just like a living being. This often means that finding creation focus is harder. Baking into product practice times for deep focus empowers what you are making. It also means flourishing of ideas and what-ifs happens, and those growths of features. But of course, this also needs boundaries set to ensure you don't lose sight of that business that you are trying to achieve, but that deep product work is really key to also empower. Having a process for your product creation is really essential. There are so many different ones or variations that you can do, but how you create is going to depend on who you create with and what you are creating. A product without a process is kind of an adorable collective creating without direction. Have that roadmap, follow and stick to it, but review and iterate, have check-ins, make sure you're aligned, respond to data and feedback. That is product making. And then ship. Shipping is incredibly important. That's part of product making. You repeat, you grow, you adapt with data and input. Repeat that cycle. If you create with others, you craft a process collectively, and you agree as part of your values. Establishing feedback sessions at all levels is critical. This can be at project, and it has to be at team and also at leadership levels. By ensuring that the art of feedback is practiced throughout, you gain insights and you can test through research. Feedback does need boundaries and training. Don't expect people to just be able to give feedback without direction. For example, when you ask for feedback, set questions out. Don't just ask for anything. Don't just post a link to a Figma or a link to something and say feedback. That's not going to give you what you desire. Set questions, set context, maybe even do a quick little video. Within art, feedback is taught as a practice. Learn this craft, because it will make you a better creator. And seek out opportunities for collaboration. Working in isolation can seem effective, but it only limits what you might be creating on your vision. Encouraging this across teams also if you form them. Different disciplines and different groups, just like artists, should be collaborating on a product. Collaboration unlocks so much. Artists often collaborate across their career and create pieces. These influence their own bodies of work. Learn from this. By creating and learning and collaborating with other product makers, you are going to be able to have other ideas for things that you can create as well. Art is often created in safe places, studio spaces. Having similar spaces to create products is essential. However you create, having a space for ideation, to make and grow is key. This could be a virtual space as well. Don't have spaces where ideas die, though. Revisit and check on their pulse. Artists have sketchbooks, and products need similar spaces where explorations can happen. And if judgment happens too harshly, these ideas die really, really fast if critiqued before too shaped. That's why the concept of product sketchbook spaces is great, giving opportunity of spaces where ideas can be formed, shaped, and then delivered into pitches. At that point, and at that point only, they should be judged, and judged with a criteria, just like when a sketchbook presentation happens for an artist. Experimentation is how artists learn both new techniques and try out approaches. You often find pages of a sketchbook filled out trying new materials, like line by line, often experimenting with new forms. In product work, there also needs to be spaces for this, experimenting with new technology, experimenting with new adaptions as well, because that's how new ideas are going to flourish, by experimentation. It's also how practices can refine, just like the artist hones theirs. Play is critical in art, and allowing space to, as the previous slide said, for ideas, experimentation ideas can be separated. But an idea doesn't have to be formed to experiment and explore. You can just be trying something new, and you don't have to fully form it. There is a danger of experimentation without documentation, though, or conditions. Set some limits, and this means that you're going to have a positive result. If you just kind of experiment and then it goes to die, you're not necessarily going to feel fulfilled by that. Allow space for mistakes. There's that phrase of happy accidents, but it opens up in the work of art and product. It's hard in product to not judge and see each failure as a concern or as a problem or as death of the product. However, often those happy accidents can be seen as opportunities to learn, to pivot, to adapt, maybe new ways to change things. Failure is both part of making an art and it should be part of making products. Knowing which to keep, and this should be something that you practice. Knowing when to ship is key in product and often something missed. Often the end point is due to a budget or a previously agreed deadline set in stone before the project begins. You need to bake in that discovery, and then you're going to be able to know when to ship, predict, and be able to deliver without stress. If you're making a product, there is a fine line in knowing when to release. And it's better to have a cadence that ensures that regular releases happen and you don't have endless time without new shinies. However, for larger features, knowing when they are done or when to stop and drop is a large part of product craft. Just as an artist knows when a piece is about to be overworked, you need to know when you are adding too much, like this overworks ultimate Swiss Army knife. It's adorable, but it's completely unusable. And yes, this is a real product that you can buy. You need to bake in when you need to let go of product features. And even if you are a company with multiple products that aren't serving well and getting in the way, think about releasing them. It's okay to let go of a product that isn't serving you well. Sketchbooks in studios are full of pieces that won't be finished. Canvases are painted over because they don't serve a purpose anymore, and they're going to be better used and reworked as materials. Product work is as much about letting go as it is about refinement and creating. Every product has a life cycle. Creating and making is energy. You are by building something using energy that wasn't there, turning up the brightness, as this quote says. The cost of that energy is what you can set boundaries to by using those processes. Art has been created for many, many years, just like products, but it can teach us to keep that brightness levels up. Art and products do have more in common than we usually think. I hope I've shared how these processes can differ, but also can be similar. And I've explored how we can do that no matter what we are making, and how we can bring those practices in. From idea to creation, we can bring principles and practices that work within art to improve our products. There is art in product creation. Making products has a cycle, a craft. Honing that craft, practicing and refining is what makes products that not only get the job done, that empower beyond that first ship, that create companies where feedback flows, experimentation and ideation flourish, and shipping is fuel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Tammy? Come up to the mic if you have any questions, and don't be shy. Tammy says she doesn't expect questions.
I would love questions.
And I think that we should give her some questions. Well, dear, come on up to the mic. Yes? Yes? Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Great talk. So I wanted to ask you, because I was creating a lot of art, I was writing, I was making drawings, making cartoons, making movies, but I also work as a product designer. So one big difference is, how do you stay focused and keep your artistic sensibility and pair that with the need for deep execution and controlled execution when you have, for example, when you're working on a big project, you know, that feels more like just tedious work?
Which bit feels tedious? The product design?
Yeah, the product design and the whole thing. Maybe you're creating something bigger, you know, and at some point it's just about the pure execution of it, you know.
So one of the things for me, and this is going to be very personal, is by bringing the way that I create art into the way that I create products. That helps me keep focused. Also, telling myself at the end I can create art really helps. Give myself that creative cookie. I think by breaking it down into those processes, you are delivering pieces of work in your artwork, right? You are creating something, you're iterating and releasing, but you are doing that and you're going through tedious processes, but you're not feeling it's tedious because you are passionate and loving and appreciating that. So what you have to kind of do, which is not easy, but is kind of part of it, is to bring some of those enjoyable practices into your product making practices. I know that sounds incredibly simple, but that would be my kind of recommendation there.
Thank you.
And also I would say, don't be afraid to bring your sketching into your product work. If you're not doing that already, think how you can cross over your sketching and your artwork into your product design.
Any other questions? Okay, well, that's it for the first session of the afternoon, day one. We do want to remind you all to grab swag. It's from the information desk right in the middle of the entire building. So do grab swag, there's a lot. And then there is a walking tour this afternoon, if you guys are interested. We're meeting at Piazza Castello, And the first 13 spots are free. You can still join, but you just have to pay. So you're meeting at 5:30, 15:30. So that's it for the sesh. You guys have a good time. Good afternoon. Welcome, everybody. WordCamp Europe Day 1. This is the second session of the afternoon. How's everybody doing? Okay, we got a little bit. Over there? Oh, is that Xavier back there? Yes? Okay, cool. We got some action. I hope everybody's well and fed and coffeeed up or teed up. We got another great session in store for you. But before we talk about that and introduce our speakers, we're going to have a couple of announcements. And the first really important one that we want everyone to know is about the golf carts. And you might have already heard it in a previous session, but we really, really want you to know about the usage of golf carts. Has anyone used the golf cart to get around? One right here. So instead of having to walk across the halls, you can use the golf carts. So they're located in front of track 3/track 2. They're easy to find. You could ask a volunteer or an org. Vols are in gray tees, and orgs are in black tees, volunteers, organizers, and they will direct you if you need any help. And then the other thing we really want you to know is that the slides are available for you to look at now, especially for accessibility reasons. If you need any help and these are maybe a little bit too far, you could actually go to europe.wordcamp.org /2024/ nope, telling you this wrong one. Slides are available on the schedule. But we also want to know about feedback. Sorry, I just totally said two different things. But anyway, go to europe.wordcamp.org /2024/feedback and give feedback on all the sessions. So that way we can improve all of our talks and have even better talks for you in the future. Or you just say, I really, really love this one, let's do it again. Let us know. With that in mind, we're going to bring up our next session, which is digital and linguistic accessibility techniques and strategies for deaf people. So we have two speakers, Elena and Chiara, and we're going to just talk about those two as they come up. First is Elena. Elena, words have been at the center of the life of Elena Banchiera. Since she can remember, she got a PhD in history of the Italian language from the Istituto. Yes, I'm not going to say that part, guys. I apologize. Me dispiace. Then she changed slides and she put her linguistic knowledge to the service of companies to help them communicate better who they are and what they do. And she became more politically and ethically aligned with intersectional transfeminism. Today, she works in the D&I field with a focus on inclusive and accessible communication. And she helps freelance professionals, companies, and nonprofit organizations communicate in a kind and respectful way. She has the ambition to change the world one word at a time, which I love. You and I are very similar. And also Chiara Panetta.
Thank you.
Chiara is a teacher with 2 cochlear implants and a goal to promote accessibility and inclusion, both from the student and the teacher's point of view. She graduated in classics from University of Pavia and then specialized in teaching Italian as a foreign language at university and focused mainly on adult literacy learners. While exploring her deaf identity, she studied Italian Sign Language and delved into the realm of accessibility and inclusion. She currently works in the special needs education field as a teacher, conference relator, and she focuses on promoting accessible communication, inclusive foreign language in teaching, and advocating for the deaf. That was a big bio. Thanks for your patience. And Elena and Chiara, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. May we ask the clicker for the slides?
It's here.
Is it here?
Okay.
Is it? Okay, we found it. Perfect. For you.
Okay.
Perfect.
You want
It's
to say
working.
Something? You have QR code here if you want to look at our slides in a more accessible way. This is me, but me and Elena were already presented, so I start. So when I speak English, I am totally out of my comfort zone, as English is not my first language. And since I am
hard of hearing, I really struggled learning English since childhood. I was not born deaf, but I lost my hearing when I was 1 year and a half. And so I usually start my conversation in English by saying, sorry for my bad English. And so I say the same to you today. But point is, should I be sorry for my bad English, or should we all, as a society, be sorry that I struggle with English pronunciation, with understanding spoken English, and so on? So the question for today is, language learning really accessible? And if not, why? As I said, I lost my hearing when I was 1 year and a half, and I wore a single hearing aid until 4 years ago, when I got 2 cochlear implants. And so I lived different ways to hear. And I know many people who live with deafness in many different ways, using sign language, using different kind of hearing aids, and so on. And for this, I think I like to say deafness is as a plural word, because there is not just one way to be deaf. If we look only at the ear, we look at deafness only from a medical point of view. And so we have deafness based on the entity of the hearing loss, the use of hearing aids, and so on. And how do you hear? How well do you hear with your hearing aids? But here you have a picture of a man and only his ear. If we zoom out, we see all the face of a person, and the speech comes into consideration, because we can ask the questions: how do you speak? Do you have a deaf accent like I have? Or you don't use your voice at all? Speech is an important part of the deaf world. Zoom out even more, and we have all the upper body of a person, and so hands come into play. And so people can or cannot use sign language as a preferential language. If you notice, in this picture, there is also the heart. Because what if deafness is not a disability, but a matter of the heart, a matter of identity, culture, and community? So when we consider language and identity, we really have to talk about deafness is plural. And we are used to divide deaf people in many different groups, as you can see in this slide. We often make 2 groups, signers and non-signers. This division, this dichotomy, is too simple, because the deaf world is much more rich in shades. And so, which language do you use? Your family, hearing aids are many factors that make deaf world really wide in variety. I made a list of words to talk about deaf people, both in Italian and in English. And I noticed that there are many words, too many words. Some of them are a little old school. Some of them are considered offensive, both in Italian and in English. Other words are really used in the medical field and not in other social fields. I think that maybe we have too many words and also too few, because, for example, in Italian I say that I am sorda, deaf, but I'm not always happy with this definition, because I can hear pretty well with my cochlear implants, but I can't say that I am hearing. So I am in between, and sometimes I feel like there are no words to define me, because wording is really important for people to describe themselves and for self-determination. Choosing words is also a political act. But sometimes I also think that there are too many words, too few, but maybe we should invent new words, or maybe we should stretch the meaning of a single word to fit everybody in it. I don't know if which is the right answer, but maybe you have ideas. So I just said that deafness is plural. For this matter, also accessibility should be plural. Accessibility is, we need many accessibilities because, for example, the main accessibility tool for deaf people is the presence of a sign language interpreter. But when there is, it is not always useful because many deaf people and hard of hearing people don't use the sign language. So the interpreter is important, but sometimes it can be not useful. On the other hand, one may think that written text is better, is more inclusive because it's accessible to everybody, to people who know and to people who don't know sign language. However, not all deaf people are proficient in understanding the written form of an oral language. Why? So, in this picture you have captions and written text. Caption is an amazing tool for accessibility, but as it's the written form of an oral language, it isn't always accessible. Because point is language acquisition. We all learn a language, our first language, as children, but we learn it spontaneously. Okay. I am now assuming that we are talking about deaf people who don't have other disabilities and that they can see written language. Because if we delve into other topics, I think we will be here till tomorrow, so I'm stretching. Okay, so what does it mean to know a language? Grammar, vocabulary, fluency? I don't know. Keep this question in mind. Acquisition is different from learning because acquisition is spontaneous and unconscious. We do it by living in an environment or by growing up. And learning is often more conscious and guided. Hearing children and deaf children are different in this field because hearing children have a full immersion in language, even when they play or watch anywhere else, they can access to language input. While deaf children, even if they use hearing aids, need visual input. And so lip reading, sign language, of course, but also written text. Problem is written text isn't accessible up until a certain age. Okay. Therefore, language competence is not always accessible. It is a right that we have as citizens, but it's also a privilege. Okay, so we can give this privilege to people in two ways. One, we can work on the person, so helping them learning better. And on the other hand, we have to work, I we must work on the environment. So, as the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities states, disability is not inside the person, but it lies in the interaction between the person and the environment. In this case, as Elena will better explain, the textual linguistic environment that can be made more accessible. In general, learning has barriers. Sensory, as I just said, cognitive, physical, economic, and sociocultural barriers. In Europe, we have this political document which is called the Common European Framework for Reference for Language Learning and Teaching, and it states that knowing another language, the first one, and then other language is a right and a duty. But how can we get to this right and how can we make our duty if it's not accessible? Okay, so in the second part of this talk, Elena will focus more on the details of language and text accessibility, but I just wanted to show you in this slide what can be some text difficulties that deaf people can meet, not all deaf people and not only deaf people, but these are some examples. For example, general knowledge. What is general knowledge? What is a fact that everyone must know? This is not universal. It may depend from where you're from, your level of education, and so on. Vocabulary, grammar, punctuation, word order, so every language is different, has a different grammar, and many things from a language are expressed only by the grammatical relationship between the words and not only the meaning or the content of each word. I'll show you an example. Look at the two sentences. A bird flies from the house to the nest. A bird flies to his house, which is the nest. If I show you this picture, you may choose a different of the four pictures, a different one of the four pictures, if you would describe the first or the second sentence, right? But the order of the content words is the same in the two sentences. What changes is the functional words that are empty in meaning. So, for deaf people, for some of the deaf people, these meanings are often difficult to understand because these are short words, empty meaning, which are sometimes difficult to read on the lips and to hear, of course. So, it's now Elena's turn. I thank you for your attention, and I give this to Elena. Thank you.
So, where can we start from? We can start from a text that we already have. And in this case, we can check if the text is accessible. Otherwise, if we don't have a text yet, we can write it in an accessible way. And but how can we measure if a text is accessible, is readable, is legible, is understandable? Actually, there are some words that here I tried to summarize in this way that are interesting because they can help us to understand all the different levels of a text. readability, for example, is how easy or difficult it is to read a text, and it is connected to the propriety of the text itself. Legibility is, in Italian, is the same word, actually, legibilità, for both these aspects, but in English we have two different words. Legibility is how easily characters and words can be distinguished when they are written. So it's more connected to font size, character spacing, contrast. It's like the graphic of a text. And these two aspects make us understand if a text is easily readable or not. But there is another aspect that is the comprehensibility that is linked to also to the person that is reading, and so we can say that we can understand, and a text is easy to understand if the person who is reading is able also to understand all the different levels of meanings that that text has. It involves also cognitive processes. And is it possible to measure how easy a text is? Is there any mathematical or logical and sure way to understand if a text is easy or not? Well, during the past century, actually, a lot of linguists and researchers tried to understand if this is possible, and tried to invent some formulas and indexes that can help us evaluate and measure the ease of reading of a text. And obviously, it depends on the language we are talking about, because every language has rules. And for example, here I tried to summarize some different formulas. For example, for English, we have the Flash, Kincaid reading ease, the Gumming Fog index, the Smog index, and you will have the possibility to study these slides at home if you want. And for Arabic, German, French, Swedish, we have a lot of other formulas that sometimes are completely new, and sometimes are some formulas that, for example, worked for English or other languages, and they have been adapted for the other languages. So here we have other languages, and please, if you know other formulas and indexes, stop me at the end of this talk and let me know, because I'm very curious, and it's not that easy to understand what kind of indexes and formulas are actually used in every country. I don't speak Russian, for example, or Arabic, so it's been quite hard to understand the use. But well, all this to say that we have actually some tools that can help us understand if a text that we write is easy or difficult to read. And these are some tools that don't use artificial intelligence, but they only use these mathematical formulas to calculate the difficulty. And this difficulty is a combination of word length, number of syllables, number of words in the same sentence. So we have different characteristics that are measured. And these are other tools. Maybe you already know some of them. For example, these tools use artificial intelligence. Obviously, artificial intelligence can help us a lot also with simplifying text and made them accessible and more easily readable. ChatGPT, Gemini are well known, I think, in this room. And also Capito is a smaller artificial intelligence, but very specific about translating. We can actually speak about translating text from a difficult, a high difficulty to a low difficulty. And we also have Grammarly, Readable, and ProWriting Aid and Hemingway Editor that are other tools that you can put your text into, and at the end you can have another text easier to read. And also Yoast and SEMrush, I think that these are the tools that you know very, very well. They implemented in the past months and years tools that help you make your text for your blogs or your pages more easy and so more accessible. A disclaimer from the ISO norm. Plain language ensures readers can find what they need, understand it, and use it. Thus, plain language focuses on how successfully readers can use the document rather than on mechanical measures such as readability formulas. This means that, yes, you can use readability formulas, that they are for sure very useful, but you can't only rely on them to measure and to understand if a text is really accessible or not. So when we write a text, where do we start from? We have to take into considerations a lot of different things. Who are we talking to? Where the text will be read? What is the context? And what is the goal of our text? Making existing text accessible, we have two different processes that we can use. Simplification is from the text to the reader, and facilitation is from the reader to the text. What does this mean? That simplification, with the word simplification, we modify the source text, making it simpler. We change the vocabulary, we change the syntax, we change or we ban the idiomatic expressions, and we change the information order. With the facilitation, we don't change the text, we leave the text as it is, but we offer tools that help to understand the text, like glossaries, guiding questions, text in audio format, images and icons, formatting. We have several tools that we can use. And how simple? We also have different levels of textual simplification. We can use the common classification, you know, when you're learning a language that is not your first language. You say that you know language A1 level, A2 level, or B1 level. And so we can make this connection. A1 level we can talk about easy language. A2 easy language plus, and B1 plain language or simple language. Obviously, this in English. Here, I summarized some expressions that you can check and look for on Google, for example. In Italian, we say linguaggio chiaro. In French, it said communication claire. And so I don't speak other languages, so you can see and look for the name of plain language in your first language. So.
Okay. No. Just, well, I work as a teacher in special education, and so in Italy, as you know, we have mixed schools. People with disability attend the same class as people without disabilities. And so I, as a teacher, sometimes have to simplify texts for them. And my colleagues sometimes think that simplifying means dumbing down and making the text more poorer, more simple, more trivial. It's not. Simplifying doesn't mean dumbing down, but it means to make accessible so everyone can learn the same thing.
Thank you.
So in school, but not only in school, we always have the goal of teaching, so making people learn something new. So also in text, we should be careful to make the information accessible, but also giving an opportunity to learn something new, to learn a new word, a new idea, and so on. And this idea was taught first, I think, by Stephen Krashen, a linguist who invented this formula I, which is accessible input, plus 1, plus a new item that you can learn. Okay, so accessibility is also an opportunity to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, the practical part of this speech. How can we write a simple text? Here I will read actually some rules that works for Italian and also for English and also for, I think, most of the languages that we speak. We can use the typical order of sentence elements in our language. In English, this typical order is subject, verb, and object. So this is the bad example, dinner, I'll buy it. And the good example is, I'll buy dinner. Okay, I only have 5 minutes, so I will rush a little bit. We have to write sentences of maximum 25 words and give little information in each sentence. This is a bad example, I won't read it. And this is the good example you will find in our slides online. We should prefer affirmative sentences. We should not use subordinate clauses, but coordinate clauses that are these. These are the bad examples, and the green one are the good examples, and we have to limit gerunds. We have to use verbs in the active and not passive tense. We have to prefer simple verb modes and tenses. For example, the indicative and not the subjunctive. Difficult word to say. We should avoid technical words or at least explain them. We should avoid foreign words or translate them. and Chiara.
Yes, but really fast. I started by saying that learning English was difficult for me, still is. And so I please ask you as a person, as a community, as citizens, not to take English for granted, because knowing English isn't so easy for everybody. And, but we take it for granted because it became a universal language. This doesn't mean that everybody should and must know it. If we want everybody to know English, we should make the English learning more accessible for everybody. Okay. So for deaf people, it's particularly difficult because next slide, please. So we'll have a laugh together. These are two memes that show how English is really hard for the deaf people, because a same letter can be pronounced 4 different ways, like in Pacific Ocean. Did I?
Yeah.
Did I?
I think
I was right.
it's right.
Okay. And or the other words, I can't even try to read them, but it's okay. This is a visual input to show you how difficult it can be, not only for deaf people, but especially for them. Okay.
And I continue with other suggestions. We should avoid acronyms or undo them. Like in this example, we should prefer the verb to the derived noun, the so-called nominalization. We should choose between 2 words, the most popular and well-known, which is also often one of the shortest. And we have tools to choose the best words in every languages. For example, in Italian, we have the Nuovo Vocabolario di Base, but you can find online a lot of these kind of lists of common words. We should avoid idioms, proverbs, and sayings. We should avoid metaphors that are not transparent for everybody. We should also avoid irony and sarcasm. And 3 more suggestions. We should start from a structure. And we should put at the beginning the most important information that is really important for the reader. And we shouldn't forget the 5 W plus 1, so who, what, where, when, why, and how. And we should use formatting like bullet points, numbered lists, bold, and remember that italics is used only for headings, underline is used only for links, and we should leave a lot of blank spaces. Who benefits from accessible language?
Everybody. I'm short.
Yeah. So yeah, we finished 0 time, and this is our final sentence. You should.
Yeah, the last slide is nothing about us without us, and I am proud to be here. I'm grateful for you, and thankful for the collaboration with my friend Elena. Okay, thank you. Thanks, thank you. I hope that you understood my English in the end.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chiara and Elena. Do we have any questions? Feel free to step up to the microphones and ask away. It looks like we got a first question. You could queue up too if you like.
I just have to look at the caption. Sorry if I give you the shoulder.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Don't apologize for your English, it's excellent.
Thanks.
Do you also do user testing? It's common practice to user test the website, also with people with a disability. Are there people who are deaf or hard of hearing who also participate in user testing?
It's a question for both of us?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
Yes, I think it's really important to test for this nothing not be without that, but in my field at school, yes, I have to test and I have to make adjustment when I simplify a text for my students, deaf or not deaf, it doesn't matter. I have to assess if they understood and what can I change to improve their understanding and their learning. So yes, I do. About her field, I leave you to answer.
Yeah, well, it's really important to test everything. It's not that easy because we know that accessibility is very wide, and so we should test with a lot of different people, with a lot of different disabilities, and this is the ideal way, and so it depends on the budget, it depends on the aim, the goal of the text and of the work, but yes, it's really important to involve people who are neurodivergent, deaf, and whatever. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much for your talk. I actually had a question in relation to websites and accessibility for deaf people. So I was wondering, in terms of your personal opinion and experience, what is the feature that is the most useful on the websites that you think more websites and e-commerce platforms should implement today in order for the websites to be more accessible for deaf or people who have issues hearing, considering that a lot of the information is already in text visually, because usually when we speak about accessibility, a lot of times it's for people who have visual impairments, so I wonder how that implements in terms of deaf people. Thank you.
I go, you go?
Yeah,
okay.
you go.
No, from my personal experiences, whenever a video is anyway implemented in the website, it has to be captions, of course. So this is my experience. I know there are many deafblind people who will benefit from both the work of accessibility, and between the textual point of view, I personally don't struggle with understanding written text, but many people do, and actually some features that are useful for blind people are also useful for deaf people, or for example, for, how do you say, learning disabilities like dyslexia. Modifying a text to make it accessible for dyslexic people often is useful also for deaf people because of the syntax and grammar structure. I think, I don't know, do you want to add something?
Yeah, actually, you should work on the text and on the easiness of the text. So there are not automatic tools, or I don't think there are plugins, for example, to make a page accessible for deaf people, but you have to work on the design and on the text. So with a good designer, UX designer, and a good copywriter who is able to write in plain language. So this is...
I told you also that when you have a website that is not in English, for example, an Italian website, but nowadays every little button is in English because it makes cooler to click here, link, and share. Also, when the main text is in Italian, all the, how do you, I
links,
pulsanti che fanno
buttons.
cose. Buttons, okay, are in English, and this confuses deaf people when there is a mixture of languages, I think. So
it's better to
because English is
translate.
not accessible.
Yeah, it's better to translate.
It's better to translate, yeah. But in Italian we don't do, because the English is has become this cool language, and so I think maybe in Spanish it's less. Everything is not translated in English because it's cooler. But in Italy we have this mix. Is often in the technology field. So in general, if you have an English website, it's more coherent and cohesive for this. But as we said, complex and long sentences with technical vocabulary can be difficult. So maybe I think if you can click on a word and have the translation or the definition, it's just a little thing that you can do to help people.
Yeah, with the facilitation, not only with the simplification of the text, but you can also play with tools that help a person who has a poor understanding of language to better understand glossaries and other tools. And so
our time is up, so it was funny.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. So just a couple announcements before you guys go to the break. We really want you to take swag, so go to the information desk and get your swag. And then really, really important, I actually said the wrong time earlier, but there is a walking tour at 5:30, 17:30. And you do meet, it's not that close, but you have to meet at Piazza Castello. And the first 13 people are free. But anybody could come. It will just cost a little bit of money. But if you want to go for free, get there. And there will be somebody wearing a WordCamp shirt, and that's how you will recognize it. So get swag, go take a tour of Torino if you like, and we'll see you at the next session. No claps, no claps. Hello. Hi. Hey, everybody. Well, this is just about the end of WordCamp Europe 2024, day 1, Friday. How's everybody feeling? What the heck? This is like the most response out of the entire afternoon. Is that because we're getting ready to go to parties? Aunt, you're going to some parties? Yes? A little bit? Well, I hope to see you guys all there, but for now, we still got a great session lined up for you all. But before that, we're gonna have some announcements, and let me get to my announcements. So, who's visited the sponsor hall? Okay, I'm assuming no one is just interacting with me, because you should have visited the sponsor hall. It's just down the hall. Make sure you do visit them. We wouldn't be here without sponsors. WordCamps heavily rely on sponsorships, so go take swag. They don't want to take any of it home. On that note as well, go get your WordCamp Europe swag right here at the information desk in the middle. And then as well, if you need any help, look for any volunteers or organizers. Volunteers have gray shirts. Organizers have black shirts, okay? But let's go ahead and get started. We're gonna bring up our final speaker for this track, and that is Ryan Ritzfeld. Okay, Rieltveld, okay. And Ryan is a web accessibility specialist from the Netherlands. As a freelance accessibility consultant, she works for NL Design System, the WordPress agency Level, and the form plugin Gravity Forms. She also teaches at the online learning platform, the Alley Collective. She loves to share her knowledge on WordCamps, meetups, workshops, and accessibility conferences worldwide. When not writing, reviewing, or teaching, you could find Ryan working in her garden. Come on up.
So, thank you all for showing up. Wow, thank you for such a difficult topic as legislation. And then it should work sometimes. Okay, my name is Rian Rietveld. I'm a web accessibility specialist from the Netherlands. I'm a freelance consultant at NL Design System and for Level, they're over there, yeah. And for Gravity Forms. And I'm also teacher at the Alley Collective, and that's an online learning platform for web accessibility. They have a booth, so check them out. All slides and links are available at rianrietveld.com/WCEU24. I will repeat that slide that URL at the last slide. So, in this talk, I'm going to give you a brief history lesson about European legislation on web accessibility. How to comply to the European Accessibility Act, how to prepare for it, what not to do. I will talk about a use case, about a company that really tackled that well, and I'll give you some final thoughts. So I don't know why my clicker doesn't work. Okay. One disclaimer. I am not a lawyer. I am an accessibility expert. I can tell you, in my point of view, what will the best practice for you to comply to the European Accessibility Act. But if you really want to know in your use case what's the best approach, contact your legal team or hire a lawyer that is specialized in accessibility legislation. So please don't sue me. Okay. A brief history lesson. We start in 2016. The EU member states agreed on a directive, 2016/2102, and these are accessibility requirements for websites and mobile apps for public sector bodies. That's for government websites. Most countries already have legislation for that. like the US, the UK, most member states, Japan, Australia. But now the EU actually agreed on that directive that they will implement accessibility in their legislation, all member states from the EU. Then, in 2019, the member states agreed on the directive 2019/882, accessibility requirements for products and services. So that's much broader. And this directive is known as the European Accessibility Act, and that's what we are talking about. What are products? So quite a bit. Computers and operating systems, this is all hardware, should be accessible. Smartphones and other communication devices, TV equipment, ATMs, e-readers, ticketing and check-in machines, they all need to be accessible for people with a disability. Services. Phone and banking services. If you want to do a payment, that whole process must be accessible. E-commerce, websites, mobile services, electronic ticketing, e-books, access to audiovisual media, calls to the European emergency number 112. All these services must be accessible for people with a disability. I emphasized e-commerce, websites and mobile services because that's what we do as WordPress community. We build websites and mobile services. We do e-commerce. All those services need to be accessible. June 28, 2022. All member states must have implemented this legislation, this agreement, into their own legislation, into their laws. Well, it's the EU, and not every country is that fast. The Netherlands only implemented this legislation 2 months ago. Some states even implemented it at all yet. Some are really ready and have thought everything really well out. It depends per member state. And in June 28, 2025, that is 1 year from now, the legislation will be enforced. How? Nobody knows. I'll talk about that later. Not all member states have figured it out yet. How to comply to the European Accessibility Act? Well, first, who needs to comply? Companies that sell services and not products. I think all the sponsors in the sponsor list sell products or services, so their websites probably need to be accessible. Are they? Okay. There are exceptions. If you are a really small company and you don't have much revenue, you don't need to comply, but maybe that will be too heavy burden for you. Companies with less than 10 employees and a global turnover of less than 2 million euros don't need to comply. And also, if you don't sell services or products, you also don't need to comply. You can, you probably need to, but it's very good for your revenue, but that's another talk. What do you need to comply to? What are the rules? There is a EN norm, the EN 301549. There's even a song about that. And that's the European Standard for Digital Accessibility. And it specifies requirements for information and communication technology to be accessible for people with disabilities. That's huge, that's broad. That also addresses the products and the services, everything. It also addresses the government services and products. So it's very broad. But what about websites? What does it say about websites? Thankfully, it mentions the Web Accessibility Guidelines. And the part of EN 305549 that covers web accessibility is actually WCAG level AA version 2.1. And that's what we use anyway for accessible websites. Pew. One difference. There is additive sections in the European standard for electronic documents. So if you publish PDFs on your website, for example, they need to be accessible too. So that's a good reason to get rid of your PDFs. But that's another talk. Okay. Yeah. A few questions I get a lot. My company is based outside of the EU. Do I need to comply? Yes. If you sell services or products to the EU, you need to comply to that standard. WCAG 2.1 AA. Note, if you create software for the US government, you need to comply to section 508. And that's WCAG 2.0. That's a previous version of WCAG. So the EU is stricter than the US government. Take that into account. Will there be consequences? Yes. How depends on the member states' legislation? Maybe. This is something we don't know yet. But there are signs. In Spain, the Spanish airline, Berlin, if I pronounce that well, got fined 90,000 euros because their website isn't accessible. 90,000 euros is one thing, but the sentence also prohibits the airline to receive public funds for a period of 6 months. So that's severe punishment for an airline. Another sign, and that really went viral within the accessibility community, Ireland. Penalties for breaching requirements may include a fine up to 5,000 euros and/or imprisonment for up to 6 months for a case of summary conviction, and a fine up to 60,000 euros and/or imprisonment up to 18 months in case of an indictive conviction. Right. My fantasy goes wild here. Okay. Okay, how do I prove that my website is accessible? Refer to a recent independent audit. Let an accessibility company audit your website. How accessible is it? And they can provide you with a report, and you can refer to that on your website in an accessibility statement. I will talk more about that later. So how do you prepare? Aim for WCAG 2.2 AA. For websites, that's a pretty safe assumption at the moment. 2.2 is the latest version of WCAG that is released in October last year. Then you're a bit sustainable for the future. More and more EU countries adopt 2.2 in their own legislation, so 2.1 is like the global standard. Aim for 2.2. And a brief update on WCAG. This is the WCAG Quick Ref, and it gives you a list of all the guidelines, web accessibility content guidelines, and to meet each guideline, you have a series of success criteria. You have to meet a success criteria to meet a guideline. Success criteria are ways to measure if you meet a guideline. For example, there is one guideline, text alternatives. Provide text alternatives for non-content. And there is a success criteria. All non-text content that is presented to the user has a text alternative. For example, if you have an image that tells a story that gives meaning to content, that image must have an alternative text. If images have alternative text, then you have a pass for that success criteria. How many success criteria are there? Quite a lot. You have 3 different levels. A is basic accessibility, AA is the global standard, and AAA is all the success criteria, and that's really for dedicated software. If you meet AA, that's 31 success criteria, AA is 55, that is A plus 24 extra, and AAA is everything, that's 86. 68, yeah, okay. If you start working on making an accessibility overhaul, let someone provide an audit for you as a basement measurement. Where am I now? What are the issues? If you let that do by a good agency, they provide you, except from the real audit, also with recommendations how to fix and best practice, how to fix things that are very useful for people with accessibility, but maybe not covered by WCAG. Then you have a baseline. Then you make a plan. How to fix in a sustainable way. That with each fix or each new feature, the accessibility doesn't break again. And in this stage, it's very important to get help from a professional too, that can guide you through the process. What's the most important? What's the most severe? What can we do later? Make a plan together with a professional. Train your team. Please do. Don't create something, throw it over the fence to an accessibility expert and say, okay, this is what we did, fix it. That doesn't work. You have to include accessibility from the start. So all people that are in the project, in your team, must know from their part what they need to do to create accessible content, to create an accessible website. UXers, designers, developers, content creators, managers, but also the CEO, the people who can manage the budget, because you need budget to train your people, money and maybe time, to get everybody on board and to get everybody at the right knowledge. Then work on the issues, one by one, as a team. And maybe you have to rethink your work. If you have a table, and that's really important to you, a table, and that's very complex, and it has a horizontal scroll bar and a vertical scroll bar and lots of data, that's a hell to make accessible. But maybe it's also way too complicated for other people, for all people, to understand. Break the table up in, for example, 3 different tables. Maybe you have to repeat some information, but it's much more accessible for people who are blind, but maybe for all people to perceive the information. So you have to rethink, do we really need that slider? Do we really need that complicated tabular interface? Is it no, simplicity is for everybody better. Then integrate accessibility in your workflow. Each step you take, you test. UX, the design, the code, the content. Each step has to be accessible before it can go further. It's normal that you integrate performance, security, and responsiveness in your quality. This is what you offer to your client. Accessibility belongs there too. It's part of the quality of your work. Your website has a great performance, is secure, is responsive, and is accessible. That should be just what you deliver. And then provide an accessibility statement. Tell your clients that you work on accessibility. What are you aiming for? WCAG, AA, version 2.2. What needs to be done? What is the roadmap? And how can someone report an issue? Now, I know that if you state what needs to be done on a website in the US, then a lawyer says, okay, this I can sue you for, that I can sue you for, that I can sue you for. So that's the reason why in US website, in the accessibility statement, never is mentioned what is wrong. Only what they're aiming for and how you can ask for help. What you do here, talk with about this with your lawyer, with your legal team. In in the Netherlands, for a government website, it's required to have a link to an audit and to state what is wrong and what needs to be done and when you're going to fix it. So it also depends on the legislation. But I think it's good if you tell to your audience, to your clients, okay, I'm really working on it. It's not perfect yet, and we're trying to fix it. That is the date when we think it will be done. And if you have a complaint or an issue, please tell us. And take complaints seriously. This is super important. Someone with a disability doesn't know how to use your website, has an issue with your website. There's a client who wants to use your website, buy a product and has an issue. Help them. They have the courtesy to report an issue. Have a ticket system in place so that people can report issues and that you assign people to address them. You get all kinds of different accessibility issues. Some are real issues. Other issues are that people really don't understand where they are looking for, and maybe you can guide them and then think maybe the UX should be different. Or sometimes people run your website through an accessibility checker and get a false positive. Check that and maybe report that false positive to the accessibility checker. But if you really take complaints seriously, that will save you a lot of trouble, because then you don't get angry customers. What not to do? There is no quick fix. There are products that claim to use artificial intelligence to meet WCAG for you just by adding a widget on their site, on your site. They are generally called accessibility overlays. You cannot turn an inaccessible website into an accessible one by just adding a few lines of JavaScript. If you want to know more about this, go to overlayfactsheet.com. There is a list of all the overlay companies, an explanation of what overlays are, reviews of many people who are disabled, how they experience overlays, and a petition that is signed by more than 800 accessibility experts worldwide. If you want to know more, check out this website. Also, see an in-depth coverage of Adrian Rosselli's 2022 WordPress Accessibility Day talk, Overlays Underwhelm. Adrian Rosselli is a world-renowned accessibility expert. He does thoroughly research on overlays and assistive technology. He publishes his research and he tweeted about it and then got sued by an overlay company for publishing his research and for his opinion about it. That was a really hard time for it. But I want to thank him for all his effort and for publishing his research. And Adrian, you are a hero. Yeah. That was for you, yeah? Okay. Now for the good news. A use case, Gravity Forms. Gravity Forms went through all the process from what we are aiming for until an accessible end result. And it was all a team effort. the team of Gravity Forms is really motivated to get an accessible end result. So they set a goal, and that was in 2018. So that was even before there was a talk about the European Accessibility Act. They wanted to comply with WCAG AA, 2.1 at the moment. They did an initial audit and then trained the team. All the issues were put into GitHub issues, and they went through the issues one by one. They wrote extensive documentation on their websites for people who use the plugin and want to install the plugin, for designers, content creators, for developers, but also a checklist how to implement a form to make it accessible. They have an accessible statement on their website, and accessibility is being maintained, so that's really great. And they're super proud of it, so tell it to the world. On WordCamp Europe 2021, I gave a talk together with Morgan Kay, she is one of the lead developers, enhancing the accessibility of a plugin, a use case. The link is in the slide. Okay. Some final thoughts. What are we going to do? All these different legislations, all these different countries, and what do I do if I don't want to get sued by a EU state? How does that work? I cannot look in the future. I don't know. So in the standard it says stick to WCAG 2.1 AA. And if some of countries are stricter than that, do you need to be better than the standard? Is there one country that has super strict regulations? Do you need to improve your work to that super strict regulation? If you aim for WCAG 2.2 AA, then you reach that point, you're already better than 99.9% of all websites worldwide. So I think you're pretty safe. I'm not a lawyer. Yeah, okay. What I want to say is create a web that's usable for everyone. User test. Also with people that use the web in a different way than you do. I want to dedicate this talk to my parents. This is them 60 years ago. Are they lovely? My father, a young lieutenant from the Royal Dutch Air Force, and my mother, a secretary. She made her own wedding dress. They were very smart and also very tech savvy. My father was an aviation technician. He worked on the Meteor, on the F-16, a long time. And they really got technology. And they really went well with the web. They were the first generation who were using computers and using the web. Went all well. My mother was a secretary and she introduced the word processor on her office and later WordPerfect and Word, and she taught everyone in the office how to use it. But about 10 years ago, that went wrong. This is them 4 years ago. My mother got angry at bad UX. Things had changed. She couldn't understand the interface anymore. And why is it so hard to get a telephone number from a website? She couldn't understand where to find the information or how to order anymore. My father got Parkinson's disease, so he had a tremor and he couldn't really use the mouse anymore. And learning keyboard accessibility when you're 80 is really not an option. So he tried to use the mouse, and some menus, when you have like 3 layers, it's very hard to operate. So I think we failed them. And they blame themselves. I cannot use it. Why can I not understand it? People blame themselves. So let's help all people to feel they are welcome and capable. Because nobody is perfect. So don't create for perfect people only. Users first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we left time for lots of questions. Oh, and we already got one lined up, so yep, take it away.
Hi, Rian.
Hi.
Thanks for your talk. I was wondering, do you have more information about regulations in different countries? Like you were mentioning WCAG, and you said some states are a bit more strict.
Yeah, I know Germany has some extra regulations.
Yeah.
There are, in the websites, the URLs there, some links to different legislation in different countries. So if you want to check that out, if you specifically target, for example, Germany, Germany has very strict accessibility regulations that go beyond WCAG. So there's a list on the site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Oh, yep.
Hi, Rian. Fantastic talk. Thank you so much for
Thank
bringing
you.
this very important subject in a very timely way. On a larger project, it's often the case that...
Wow.
Does that mean? It's often the case that accessibility is being addressed by some design teams and some development teams and maybe some hosting teams as well, or some different stakeholders. Do you think there's an ideal place for accessibility to be owned in...
Wow. Yeah.
Is there an ideal role to own accessibility in a complicated build process?
I think it's good if you have a larger company that you have an accessibility team or an accessibility expert. Yeah, maybe it's that. I don't know. I think if you have someone in your company that knows accessibility and can monitor it and can do the reviews, that will be really reassuring. Or is there something you had in mind? Or
Well, I was wondering if you go, it's a design thing, or it's a technical thing, or maybe it's a product ownership thing.
Yeah.
That was the thing that sort of sprang to mind. Product ownership is a good place for it to live.
where it is to live. I think it should live in each part. Each part you develop, that should be checked by the people who are knowledgeing about that kind of part. And that's why training is so important. But an overview, someone who is having an overview, I don't know which role that should be, because I'm not that really into how a company is organized. But I think having an accessibility expert or hiring an accessibility expert who monitoring the whole process is okay. But each team is responsible for their own work. So if a designer delivers something to the development and the color contrast is okay, that shouldn't be happening. And also if the developer sees that, he should correct the designer. So everybody is responsible for their own part of work. And then an accessibility consultant can have an overview and look also at the end result, and you can discuss like edge cases with them. Yeah, I don't know how that should be in the hierarchical structure of a company.
That's okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. I have a question about backend accessibility because I have a client who uses a screen reader. Do you know of any way, like any resource directory lists, where you can find out if a plugin is accessible in the backend too? Or any tips for that?
Well, it's like in the admin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Gravity Forms does work on that. That's the form plugin, but there's not like a plugin, let's fix the admin for accessibility, and you install that plugin and the admin is accessible. That doesn't exist. No, yeah, yeah, sorry. It depends, it's the responsible of the accessibility team, no, it's not the responsible, it's responsible of the people who develop the admin, and it's responsible of the plugin owner of development team to make their work accessible. Yeah, so there's no quick fix, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, thank you very much for your talk. So I actually represent an agency that works a lot on implementing accessibility for our clients. And one of the biggest issues that we encounter from audits that we receive from third-party companies is ambiguity on a lot of criteria. So different auditors, even within the same company, sometimes interpret criteria differently.
Yeah.
Sometimes they say you pass the criteria, sometimes you don't pass the criteria. Yeah. So I wonder how that's going to be implemented in the legislation, because let's say if you've received an audit, a report, and the company said you're accessible, partially accessible, and gives you a percentage, and then, for example, a certain other third party is going to repass your website and say, okay, you're not accessible in these criteria. How do you think, in your opinion, that's going to be interpreted?
That's a good question, because auditing is done by humans. And there are errors, but also different ways people interpret the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. In the Netherlands, we have a special, we united as accessibility specialists together to meet and to discuss about these issues. This is what we do. This is how we decide on what is accessible or what fails or what fails not. And I think there's also a global discussion forum between accessibility experts about how do you audit stuff. But it stays work from a human, so it can differ. Get a second opinion maybe? I don't know. If there's an audit and you say, okay, this is not a really good audit, maybe you should hire a better auditing team. There are very cheap I don't want to blame a shame. Okay, yeah.
My question was more in terms of legislation, because, for example, you mentioned Ireland, that they're going to have fines and,
Well, that's in the late stage. Yeah, well, you can also say, it's not from the audit, but I don't know really an answer to that. You cannot get fined only because of an audit. You get fined if you don't take action, if you don't fix things. And if you have maybe issues in the audit, you can research that and maybe fix it or don't fix it. I don't think it has to do with legislation, it just has to do with, okay, this is the audit and how do I respond to it? Do I fix it or not? I don't have a real good answer for that. I am not a lawyer. So, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Toby. My question touches a little bit with the question we had a little bit earlier. Are you aware of any frameworks being developed that would help a content creator to do some pre-publishing checks, perhaps so that the company, when they know what kind of things they are dealing with, they could make a list that you need to check off this before you publish?
There's a WordPress plugin for that. You could, I don't know the name, but digital. What's the WordPress plugin by Amber Hurst? Yes. Oh, Amber. Go talk to Amber. They have a plugin, and then that checks your website for you, and that's a WordPress plugin for accessibility issues.
Okay.
Well, the best thing is always go for a good theme.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, a good theme, and also, as you say, you need to first analyze what you are doing and everything.
Yeah, and train your content team that also that content is accessible.
And then you know what to look for. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Bjarne, and
Hey.
I have been working with accessible websites for quite some years now.
Good.
And this is more like an advice than a question. And it is to get in touch with your theme developer or your plugin developer if you encounter an accessibility issue in the theme or the plugin. Because many of these themes are used by tens and thousands of people, and it is my experience that these developers are always interested in fixing these errors. So by reporting them, you can get these products to work a lot better for a lot of people.
On the other hand, then you're doing free work for them. Then you're auditing their work. Maybe you should. It's like a 50-50. Like you can say, oh, this and this and this is all wrong on your website or your plugin, and then you're doing a free audit for them. You also can say, well, maybe you should hire an accessibility expert to actually look into your website because I saw many accessibility issues. If it's a small issue, maybe that's something to do, but don't do a whole review on a website for free.
That's an interesting point. Thank you.
Okay.
We do have time for a couple more questions, if anyone would like to step up.
Hi, I'm Henry from the Internet Society, where
Hi.
I work as a developer. When you audit a website on its accessibility, I usually use a tool called WebAIM Wave. And once I have fixed all the issues at the theme level or in the content, I usually validate once more with a screen reader.
Yeah.
Can you confirm that this strategy is valid, that this seems to be the way to go?
Well, automated testing like Wave or X DevTools don't get all the accessibilities out. So it gives a good indication. But other tools of other issues they cannot detect, like keyboard accessibility, or like if there are good alt text on images. If they only can detect that there is an alt text, but they cannot detect if the alt text really describes the image. So going through it with a screen reader is actually a good thing, because then you get the experience if text makes sense and if the order is logical. So it's a combination of using automated testing, keyboard testing, going through it with a screen reader, and with your eyes just go through the website and see if the order makes sense, if the proximity is okay, if everything that belongs together is put together. So it's a combination. But Wave and X web tools are great tools for getting a lot of issues out.
Hello? Oh. So my next point would be, in fact, this is a huge job to get a website valid. And here I want to mention that it's not easy to convince management of a company that we need a special position.
That's why I'm super happy with this new law, because now it's the law. You have to.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm also very curious if this will be the same as the GDPR, when suddenly 1 month before everybody needed to have like a security on the website, like privacy, then everybody just put a cookie banner on it and a cookie wall on it. You cannot enter before you consent to the cookies. And that kind of died out. So maybe what I'm afraid of, that people just put an overlay on the website and think, I'm okay. And that isn't the case. So that's why I mentioned overlays. Any more questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about two versions of the website? So I like to make fancy websites, but for the accessibility, I want to make the same page in other version. So
Okay, so you have the website for blind people, for deaf people, for people who are
accessible website and fancy website. Accessible sites and fancy version.
You can make very fancy websites accessible. I should advise against two different websites. That's two different websites you need to maintain. And accessibility is such a broad a spectrum, from people who are colorblind, who cannot see color very well, up to people who cannot read very well, of people who are dyslexic, of people who really need keyboard accessibility. It's so different, like this accessible website and then your fancy website. I think that's double work and also an insult to the people who, this is the website for blind people. And then you have to go to the website for blind people. I think that's an insult. Take the extra step. Okay.
But I meant that in every browser has this reader option. So if you click on the reader, you will only see the text.
Yeah.
So
I use that a lot.
Yeah. So I meant that
it's not a replacement, because the website needs to be built in a structured way. The reader view doesn't always work on every page. Maybe only on like a blog post or a large article page. And it doesn't give all the information, so it's not really a good replacement, but it's an extra aid. because I use it a lot. If there's a lot of advertisement, a lot of distraction, Reader View gives an absolute brilliant way to read through the text, but it doesn't work on every page. So it's an ad. It can help you, but it's not a replacement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, last question. Go ahead.
Hey, Thorsten.
Hi, Rian. Thank you for the talk. I was wondering, I'm from Germany, and you said there are so strict rules in Germany.
Yeah.
But from my perspective, if a company or, in my case, a government's website need to follow these rules now, because for government websites this is true even before this European Act. So if you have rules, you need to have sanctions, and if you don't have someone who's complaining about it, then nothing happens. So, okay, now we have the rules, but we need to sue companies which are not following. And I'm not sure about if this works. So, any ideas?
I cannot look in the future, so yeah, I cannot too. Maybe that, yeah, can you join in?
Hi. So in Germany currently for the government project or for the government websites, every state has a different, has their own person to look at this. So if you have a complaint in the state of accessibility, the address and the contact information have to be in there. So if you have a complaint and you can't solve it with the website itself, you can tell them and they will solve it for you.
All right. Well, in the Netherlands, we actually have like a register with all the government websites listed, and that's a blame and shame. And then you have A, then you're accessible, and D, and then, or E, then you didn't have done audit and you're not working on accessibility and all. Thus you can blame and shame government websites that way and force them into accessibility. How that will be done with companies, I have no idea. Yeah, so I cannot look in the future. I think it will be like a hot mess of uncertainty and people suing and don't know the law. But maybe it will be a good motivation for companies to actually spend money for accessibility. Okay, thank you.
Yay.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Oh. Thank you.
That's for you.
Oh, thank you.
Alrighty, everybody, thank you. Thanks for hanging out for day one. Reminder, there is yoga tomorrow morning at 9:30. First come, first serve. I think there's 15 spots. Registration's at 8:30, mingling, and the first session is at 9:30. And have a great first night of day one of WordCamp Europe. We'll see you tomorrow morning.